attempt for all Salone people and then party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like Salon discussion, meets the ministers, the President's Hour and the Gladi program, Look Me, I Look You. All this they start soon na www.sierragemedia.org. Now who's tem these?
The total population of Sierra Leone in 2019 was stated approximately at 7.8 million. And the most common cancer reported in 2018 was breast cancer, with an incidence rate of 25.1% and a mortality rate of 19.2%. Ward 2 at the Connaught Hospital, Freetown, is a female surgical ward that cares for patients requiring breast surgery, chemotherapy, and palliative care. General surgery also admits to the ward as see fit. The ward is in need of a significant refurbishment and has a major impact on patient assessment and delivery of treatment, dignity, comfort, and infection control measures. The current ward area presents a significant challenge to infection control. There is no fit-for-purpose or adequate personal hygiene facilities. The showers and sanitary areas are in poor condition and are difficult to clean. The flooring is deteriorated. Overall decor and fabric of the walls need repair and full decoration. Furniture, cupboards, and shelving require replacement. The sluice, known to be the dirty utility room, is in poor condition and needs replacing. Windows need to be replaced as current windows bring in draughts, dust, debris, mosquitoes, and rodents. There is no designated area to provide a day service for patients receiving chemotherapy. Medical supplies is desperately needed. Therefore, we need a total amount of £15,000, which is equivalent to 195 million leones, for this project. This project will focus on women diagnosed with breast cancer and other non-malignant breast abnormalities requiring one or more of the treatment modalities that are currently available. We will also set up a day unit for the administration of chemotherapy and provide training and development to ensure sustainability. Therefore, I am pleading to all individuals, organizations, and local businesses, and every Sierra Leonean and friends of Sierra Leone to make a meaningful contribution that will never go in vain. Ways to contribute will be seen at the end of this clip. I am Aissata Cissé Jallow of the Health Show Partnership Program. Remember, your health is your wealth.
I was here as a student, and of course, Charlie was my teacher.
I've asked him to join me on the journey to create a major new play to offer hope to our people.
This is big, man. This has great magnitude.
We are nowhere near waiting one for day.
I want this thing for succeed, Koji.
This place failed at the die.
Is this a curse or what?
These are the things that have wrecked this country.
We need to move this nation forward. We're going to need to better control.
My country, baby. It's a long, it's a long. Now we're going this. Cloud Diamond. Africa D-Block.
Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like onto the bone, cause if it won't, we go. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like onto the bone, cause if it won't, we go. Everybody me say well done. If we all the songs be so strong, everybody me say stand up. If you like salon, say yeah. Then say Then say yeah. So good in the morning, the land is just gloomy, the moon is going, the cloud is forming, the cocks are glowing, dew is falling, the bags are coming, everybody running. Inside Switzerland today, the land is yummy. See the mommy they cooking fufu, the party smoking cigarettes. Rajo they watch baby musu, we they find out the country rest. Right in West Africa, on the Atlantic Ocean. Inside this land, so much I can boast of. Look at the good plantation, from the beach I get meditation. Make me not wear this nation, I get L-O-V-E for me alone. Yeah, for me alone. Love for me alone, sweet alone. What a beautiful love. We fall like onto the bone, cause if it won't, we go. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like onto the bone, cause if it won't, we go. Everybody me say well done. If we all the songs be so strong, everybody me say stand up. If you like salon, say yeah. Then say Then say
I know a L-O-V-E, Sierra Leone was a L-O place where sweet like gold. We got diamond, boxer, silver and gold. So that we make count for the young and old. I mean for like we serve, help we serve. Also you come for the bars, you want for boot chest. Peace, love and unity, now for boot fest. For the jealousy and watch, or that don't make sense. Togetherness is one, but wait for we success. So get up and go walk, and sit down for the top. I criticize the government just for mix up. But stack on the pill, so we need for good stuff. Life for hustle for you all, no matter how you struggle the bone. This life without pain, not easy, not in the zone. Just forget to live in, myself can go slow. We like to say I go, I never forget about this all.
Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like onto the bone, cause if it won't, we go. Sweet alone, what a beautiful love. We fall like onto the bone, cause if it won't, we go. Everybody me say well done. If we all the songs be so strong, everybody me say stand up. If you like salon, say yeah. Then say we all remember say, sweet alone how we each and everyone go take care of his own. We all remember say, this country now we each and everyone for take care of alone. I will exalt thee, realm of the free. Great is the love where I get for so long. I got enough track of one for maintain this land. No matter the situation, I get love for so long. I got enough every day, no day pamphlet. Place in a picking go school, make it go land the boo. I don't owe me all like farmer, put the country pattern for any attack. Me the way me boo. I got enough every day, no day pamphlet. Place in a picking go school, make it go land the boo. I don't owe me all like farmer, put the country pattern for any attack. Me the way me boo. live it well. Who's how we go go? Everybody me say welcome. If we own this country so strong, everybody me say stand up. If you like salon, say yeah, 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 yeah. Then say yeah, 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 yeah. Then say yeah.
Hello, Fambulem. Una good afternoon, good evening, good morning, and good night, depending on whose partner the dunya you find yourself. Welcome to Sierra Leone Media. We midweek program, How the Go Dae Go Inside the Republic. We glad for getting us today again. Una the regulars, and for any newcomer to our platform for the first time, we say welcome, welcome, welcome. And we hope say you will get a good time with me on this platform, and you will continue for share and bring other people and come. Me, una host, Najuma Ba, as always, and get me co-host Sylvester T-Boy Duba. We will come discuss how the Go Dae Go inside the Republic. That's now a program where we do every week. And today, you know, when I hear the song we play just now, we say Sweet Salon, you for like to the bone. If you like salon, say yeah. We did discuss now because we like salon and we believe say now one grain salon we get. However, some of the conversation that we get now, so you know, they can be harsh, they can be real, they can be uncomfortable, they can make some man vex, they can make some man laugh, they can make some man cry. But as the Truth and Reconciliation document say, true art for talk, but na in no more they bring peace. So sometimes they will not get for sugarcoat anything, we get for layam. Let the public make their opinion, let them make their decision, but we all for involved in the conversation. That is what Sierra Leone Media is for, and that we stand for, and definitely we will continue on that path. So for today's program, as I say, we get a jam-packed program for now, but I will read to now which we'll get and which we'll aim for discuss. Well, I welcome me co-host and co-moderator, Sylvester T-Boy Duba. Today, it look like a permanent secretary. You say, when I do them permanent secretary, then you don't get money. We then just come out, they don't go on one trip, then send them for them first trip. Who said them can send themselves? Okay, yeah. So you go London for one conference, or you go United States for one conference, or you go Europe, where you don't get party, where they come back in face to shine extra. It is proud. Where you reach now the ministry, now you build the way they claim this step, now in khakis, they know where they get shake. They get Batman and then. So that's what T-Boy did today, like a permanent secretary. T-Boy, welcome. What?
I'm not sure which man they can put me picture on the screen because you know you see nothing. Hello, and well.
We don't get money.
I never wanted to be a permanent secretary. Not this one, not even next one.
Why?
I have to be. What do I have to go work for? Nah.
You can serve the country.
Honestly, I am not happy doing a government job because I have a big mouth. So if I get a government job, an officer will last the 1 week. What do you think, Juma?
No, I think you do, better job. Trust me. You
will last it for 1 week.
You lasted for decades. You will impact your change. Well, you will do what you do. All what you do. You're disciplined. You're professional. You're organized. You want to see progress. You want to see change.
Yeah, but that's not the one that's salon right now. That's the problem. How can I achieve that?
No, not that salon one. I will not correct you, T-boy. Please. This is the cry we all have. We all want better salon, not so. We all want
one better salon and one is salon where they deal with the best. I love this is an easy.
Yeah, but not that we want. The only thing, unfortunately, we not get the people with the willpower, for leading at that direction.
Which direction?
Also the one where we know the CEO. Also new direction, or because new direction they light not the the Insai De Go. So this now for the one for let the country go before. Now that
we will put Bembe Lamp for the new direction. At least we go before Insai De Go.
Okay, so tell Pambule what you expect for today's program.
Today I expect a lot from you, especially, and also from the platform and from the people that really watch. But we get key discussion. They can emphasize more on the blackout issues. They can emphasize more on the petrol crisis. And they can emphasize not more, but continue emphasis on the football saga. And I know right now they started talking for play 3 international matches. And we also emphasize on the appointment of Asma James as is it director of female football or
chairman for the board or the female Premier League, something along those lines.
Right. So we want to know a lot about some of the stuff that they don't highlight. So, and then anything now we get for happen, go happen. Then I'll and I will decide now.
Okay. All right. Thank you, T-Boy. So I just recap on the program discussion for today, because we say how do they go inside the Republic? That's the question. So the issues that we think saying are talking point there right now and concern we all, are the issues that we'll be discussing. And please, let we engage the conversation, and let we agree on our own say, because that matter most. We go just guide the conversation here. So as T-Boy say, the constant lack of electricity in the business district, the capital city, and the country as a whole. Also, T-Boy missed one thing: the presidential travels.
I know me some more, but you say Paneba just
around the corner.
Just around the corner.
Right. So we ask why we president still the travel. It's less than a year now, or close to a year for elections, but president still the travel. Then of course the Leone Stars trip to Turkey. Not necessarily the trip, but they were like unfinished business with this. From the African Nations Cup, where there is so many things about monies, being siphoned, corruption allegations. We say now about $7.5 million then spent for the African Nations Cup. But up until today, nobody not come out and give me any explanation on that. However, we don't see a team going to Turkey, which is good. We don't have a problem. But which one for us? Why do we have more officials than players going on when a friendly competition? When they go, friendly matches, then they go play. Why having more officials than players? Is it necessary? So we ask the question, and why you go say, go football, then for go, but this is taxpayers' money. Already we get $7.5 million, talk na corner.
Unaccounted for. Or not to talk na corner, but unaccounted for.
Unaccounted for, you're right. Then of course, Asma James, in appointment as, the chairperson for the female Premier League. The reason why it's important, we've always been asking, we want more women appointments, public offices, firstly. Secondly, we want more young people. However, what is she bringing to the table? You get a capacity, you get what it take, because our specialized area, this is football, so that is why, this be a point of conversation. So that's why I have T-Boy. I don't know if I left anything behind.
No, the one we left now, the one on my way, a T-Safe no. How many thousand miles I am away from Pademboro?
Well, much. I don't know, 1,000 or 2,000 miles. Maybe about close to 5,000 miles, about 4,700 miles away.
I will start the first steps then from now. So basically, at least before the year they run, I don't get close. But anyway, as you mentioned, you don't give me not just a rough summary, but in-depth summary of what in the program entails today. And definitely, we're not going to keep on along because we will try for talk about all the issues they are, so bit by bit. But again, it depends on how the conversation goes. As you all know, Sierra Leone media, when we start, we don't know what happens after. So how will it start now? So they measure how will they go towards the end. But yeah, the discussion that we have to say we can talk about today, they are very serious discussions. And I think that we're not just there for look with one eye and then we left the other one for make it go by. These are the crucial times in Sierra Leone where everything matters. It's not just for politics, but it's also for anything really for happen after 2023. So people should know that whoever is in position will be able to be accountable to Sierra Leoneans, not necessarily any kind of thing we'll to say is party-wide. This has got nothing to do with political party issues, but we got to begin make sure say people they are accountable for every single thing when they do with party in government, because government is for the people, not to the other way around. So now like a checks and balances we don't begin put now the platform, now like everybody begin area say, hey, it might be me tomorrow, it might be me next week, it might be me next year. So if you're not prepared and ready to face the checks and balances they already put by anybody really in power right now, waiting for coming in power anytime from now, then don't try it, because it is going to be a continued process. Over to you, Joan.
Okay, thank you so much. Before we delve into the conversation, I just want to say you're absolutely right. So, and then conversation, yes, we'll get for the visitor. We get for knock, say, we get the shape where we want things to happen, or we throw away the material. Now, one of two things. And like you say again, it don't pass the stage right now where we discuss policies. So right now, people need to understand, because not only now they make policy for your term of office where they expire in a year, then whether, and now you get for justify yourself, whether they elect you as president and your government, you party in na governance, whether you be able to deliver for the people. You understand? So some of the things that we discuss, these are practical issues which affect every Sierra Leonean, not to one person, but we all. So we have to ask questions. So I'll give some shout outs to people on the platform. I see, of course, Delwyn Thomas from Northern Ireland. Delwyn, welcome and thank you so much. You've been one of our followers. Of course, we own Invisible board of director member of the board of directors. Christiana John is there as well. Of course, my sister Tina Kalon, and the lady Zainab Sharif Bangura is there. See Mohammed.
And you also get Amanatu.
Of course. Amanatu na regular. So Adam Mambo, of course, we now regular caller from Sierra Leone, we can tell we how they go inside the Republic most of the time. And we get Betty Fale, Israel, Papa Senior, we own Senior Advisor, Ronald Abu Bangura, Anna. Of course, we own Ledina the house. Mariama Smile Kamara of Smiling Light. Of Smiling Light, Of Smiling Light, right. So Mohamed Jallo is there as well, and Molai Warboy by Kamara. So if I miss any name, and now please let me know, just see Martha Bangura just show up. And all the one that within our YouTube as well, with the watch we and the invisible them. We get with teacher, instead just show the Kabuman Ba is here. Boy Jalo Jamboria all the way from Norway. We gladly forget to know this program. So let's start, T-Boy. Last week, we talked about elections. We talk about waiting, you vote now you like.
Yeah,
right? We're not saying you vote now you like again. You vote now you like. So we be asked questions, people will be in the debate, say why we for vote. We then say we say, okay, let's just ask people a lot, but people say we're going to tell people the reasons they them for vote. So one of the things then we may think is that we need better life. See what I know
but you bias too. You know, say you bias, eh?
Right.
But today you don't see the manners you don't wait for you. You know, because
Mr. Ben they did some today because he always a balance with people left.
Today you don't.
Now by willful and they do, but when you don't beg for them, and they introduce them to the people.
You don't tell at all. You didn't guy. You see the man on the guys, you don't suit up, you don't pack in barb. See they get new barb, but people they get shocked for seeing the new barb.
Barb again, or no barb?
Where can we go see him?
So before we delve in again, obviously we'll introduce the man himself, Femi Palmer. The man with the golden voice, the smooth voice, the man where it throw in boom guy, but you know they smell and pass it don't go. Now that's when you ask the one now. Say, this boom. Femi, welcome.
Elias, Mr. Protocol.
Yeah, Mr. Protocol. Tell Fambulemadu.
Hi, Juma. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you loud and clear.
Because that boy winning T-Boy, I know they ask if you give me safe. Because I'm so bad that T-Boy in get.
Nobody try to make sorry for me. You can ask him today early.
But Juma, I can't correct you. It's smiling through light.
Like smiling through light. So you see, thank you so much. You see, Femi, I don't know what you go do without you. I asked T-Boy for prompt me now, because
you ask me. You don't ask me. If you be ask me how they talk, all man of us say I know saying I smelling too light. But you don't ask me.
You shake it to me. But
you don't make here in the camera. You don't ever see them make here in the camera.
Yeah. You for know before they know what they think. You know, if you read me mind. Anyway, thank you so much, Femi. So of course, Mariama Smile Camera of Smiling Through Light. The woman way they make, people there. Now, areas that we don't forget life. And how so the coincidence actually, we can't discuss the lack of electricity, the blackout, and other things that we concern light business now salon. So you don't see how Mariama enroll very important way in a play in the lives of people in Sierra Leone. So T-Boy. Blackout. We decide forcefully ignore that issue there, not make a paramount discussion over the years. But it's like a stay, the calm down camp and camp. Let me hear what you have to say. What you don't hear, how they go inside the Republic, where you for do with the life.
I think the most current message where we got in blackout 2 days ago. Now the fact say is about a month now or so, about 4 weeks. They're not get lights now. Is it Hill Station? But somewhere within the West, it's about 4 weeks now. They're not get lights. I don't forget the guys.
Particular area.
Yes, a specific area. Because I get a discussion with somebody, I think yesterday or the day before yesterday, but I don't forget the place exactly. But that's not the intensity of the blackout situation. But I think it's been ongoing for the past couple of months, not so just 1 month business this. And I think we all know the advantage of lights in the Western world, even in so many parts of Africa, because lights is actually one of the key sources of generation of cash through anything. When I say anything whatsoever you might think of.
Try to break that down.
Well, if you don't have electricity as one of your main primary source of income generation, you will not be able to make it as a person, you will not be able to make it as a town, a nation, a family, or anything, because electricity, they play a key role in anything where you put your hand. For example, the world they live on a 24-hour round-the-clock basis. The times that people are sleeping, where you feel to say light not necessary, are the active times of making money. Because now the 10 and anyway, fact skid and they run a maximum of 8 hours where they produce anything for be distributed in the morning hours. So that's the essence of electricity. So if you have a country that is running below low of electricity, then
also non-existent at all.
When I make I say below low, anything below low is non-existent. So if you get a country that's going below low of electricity, it means development is zero. Because you're not even able for no usai for start. Because you can't rely on the daylight, because daylight is only there to provide you daylight, which is not going to be useful for any form of production that entails electricity. So daylight is for us just to see and navigate our way through when it's not dark. And even when daylight becomes dark during the day, if it's heavily raining and there is no form of sunshine and the place gets dark as quickly as possible, you still need that other source of electricity where they give you light. So just imagine you are in a country where light becomes a privilege. Then you are doomed. So the electricity crisis, whether they happen within the past couple of weeks, we all see what thing that they do to we do in the days of Tijan Kaba, may his soul rest in peace, where they may get for name generator then after Kaba Tiger. I mean, that was the most miserable period in Sierra Leone, not just because there is lack of electricity, but also the noise of the generators, them, the fume, the toxic fume of the generators, them, don't cause so much damage to people in lungs, their livelihood, where maybe, not saying it is, but maybe that can be possibly some of the repercussion of some of the illnesses that right now we the flag up in salon, where would they get when are cancer, lung cancer, and so many other forms of cancer. So we therefore take this thing very seriously, because not just that electricity is paramount, but when we start to use other means of electricity, we're not the generic one way, not the most popular one, then we lead ourselves to so much more risk. For example, if people then go back to lantern, the way they use now, then host the rates of possibly house burning will become very rapid again. Secondly, if we go back to local begin use, now many people are using gas in their houses. So not that they can afford it that much, but at least the population at which they use gas now also for cook has increased. So if we can begin go back to fire,
no, but it's not sustainable because
that's what I'm saying. It is not sustainable. But again, that has increased to some point that if it go back down and there is no access to it, the rate at which we can begin the forest back again, they increase. Because
Hollande. And Femi gets ready, and sometimes I will try for call the Kabumansa at some point, because in the night country where they're very creative, when it comes for produce electricity and energy for them people then, okay? And sometimes they get the same population rate as Sierra Leone. If they get more, not that much. Sometimes I will call him on WhatsApp if he's available. Then I just want to hear his thoughts on this, because this is very important. Tibo, you mentioned something. So light, as a human being, as a person, is not supposed to be privileged again.
No.
So light, they at the same level with food, with education, with water supply. You understand? Your basic needs. So now your basic needs don't move, not just 10 things a day, but including light. light is not supposed to be a privilege. It's a need. It's a need. It's a need. It's something that you need to survive. Something that you need for able for be as a human being. And Tiboy touch on these things. Say, one, na cash generation. Two, is a security risk if you don't have light. Three, na a death trap. Because if you have a hospital where they run, outside lights not there, and how many cases they would all report, including people that way sacrifice themselves for save lives, doctors where they die na operating theater table. What to make them die? Because lights not there. Right? See boy? People the market them well. And you get to understand in a country like Sierra Leone, where people mostly survive, 70 to 80% of the population survive through the informal economy, or even that person where they work, where get government job, other job, where get regular salary every month, they get for subsidizing income through, other small business. So until you get house, they're able to buy freezer and fridge, then they make cold water, then they make other drinks where people need, where then they sell. So that income they're able to subsidize for them, picking them and other people. So imagine that person where in whole life, in whole business, now water it is sell. The water get for coal, not to salty boy, or the water get for purified. You understand? So if light's not there, so you already don't bankrupt that person, will not be even get capital. How about that person where in livelihood depend on perishable goods? Where if you're not able for cool them, it is well. If you not get electricity for cool them within 5-6 hours, it markets don't well, it go through where. And wait, waiting to happen. So imagine again, so you see, they try to expand this, let people understand. Imagine that person the way they sell perishable goods, now microcredit you go take microcredit loan, let's say they get 5 million, 10 million, right? They get for ton, for able for they pay back and still able for continuing business. So if you get for throw away all in market because lights don't well, but then you're not able to pay back, then una olam and crank go pa them borrow and go lock up. So imagine waiting that they mean for that person and in family. We always don't talk about kids studying, we want good performance, but if you day lights not there, what's in they happen, Tibo? You know, go for study, you go tire, you go fail. So you see the ripple effect of this lack of electricity to a nation, and we don't see why this become a basic need. It's not supposed to be privileged. And Tiboy highlights and well. The time when you feel say people they sleep, factories are running, people then they prepare their food na net for putting a fridge and grab all the money for cook. But if light not, it won't happen. So let's bring Femi coming. Femi, the world, we say it's a global village, right? And people have to connect. But how can you connect if you don't have electricity? Over to you. Let me hear you now. I want to hear you part, then I'll prepare for call the Kabu Master. Over to you, Mr. Palmer.
Yeah, so connection. A connection, eh?
Yeah, well, the thing about electricity, well, that's not just the opening line. Now the bone down there.
Now connection or not the lack of connection. I mean, really and truly, I think he mentioned say in this day and age, and Tibo talked about the importance of electricity. I mean, first of all,
go in and out, Mr.
Also, we do so right now. You know me for able for we know for able to do it so they do so. You know, I remember in the 80s with small, we lights go, we all had a blackout, we lights on car, we all had lights on car, you know. The song we all them picking in our salon sabi. And it's a shame say, 30 odd years later, almost 40 years later, we still they sing the same song. Yeah, it's a shame. I don't know what to say. Electricity is not not so a luxury no more. It's now a necessity. You know, it asks for cook today for today. You know, in this side of the world, we so with the cook, we put in a fridge, we put in a freezer, we able to eat for a couple of days or a few days to come. Now, salon, if you see you know don't eat that, it's it done. That's it. Now for two way because you know say lights not get for day for make sure say you able for use and tomorrow. And as Steve always say, you know, na net other thing in the happen. The importance of electricity is you cannot underestimate them. You know, I read one story, but one guy in Nigeria we go buy one day electric motor car them. Imagine. Go buy electric motor car in Nigeria. You know buy petrol with petroleum scarce, so go buy electric motor car. We then self get similar kind of problem to we with blackout. But Nigeria they own blackout not as bad off as the one we would get so at the moment. From way to the arena not all. But it's important. So we talk about sustainability, we talk about you know salvaging we continent, we talk about salvaging the world. But yet we depend so much on fossil fuels. We can use electricity, but guess what? Because our governments have not invested in electricity, we can't move forward. We still there in the Stone Age. You know, it's about time. Where we go salon, it's hard for us to work because most of we work in a technology based around. So people are within our skill factor will find it hard to go back home. That means it's lack of investment into the country because light's not there. I mean, I don't even know Usai for begin, but you know, it's. I think say I read some sites say man became civilized after he discovered power, where he discovered fire, where he discovered light. He able to make lights for himself. You know, and we did try, now we country we did try for take ourselves back to the days them with lights not been there. Shame.
Right. Thank you so much. Well, Femi Lonely and Beer for we all. And we continue for let people understand, say, you know, electricity, you know, and power generation, you know, and access to them is, you know, a basic infrastructure need. Electricity, not a privilege, not only where you're able to buy a 5 kVA generator, you're able to provide, you're able to buy 50-liter fuel, for let you forget electricity. You don't have to be connected for let you get the privilege for let you enjoy 24 hours or ration 12 hours light. Because we all know, if you live in certain zones, areas, communities, you're not going to understand what it means like to live without electricity. You're not going to understand. But T-Boy highlighted it right here. And I make a glad I emphasize again, where he mentioned Hill Station. Initially, I wanted to say, but T-Boy, why not Hill Station did he mention? But if a place like Hill Station, where under Sierra Leone kind, you know, landmark and geography, we want to consider growing up to now, say now affluent areas, right, T-Boy? You know, now affluent areas, now privileged areas. You know, when you go, the kind of there we go see. So if they can go, if there areas and they are pockets in the Hill Station area, they go without electricity for a month, then imagine what happens now the central business district where now the people a livelihood day. Imagine what they happen now the eastern part where of Freetown, where now the people in that one day, where now the lifeblood of the country economy day. Now then they buy and sell and then depend on electricity. So imagine waiting they happen, the untold suffering, where the lack of electricity and regular and reliable and accessible, power supply they bring to the people of Sierra Leone. So just imagine that for a second. Imagine you in the diaspora, and then you get power cuts, T-Boy, for less than 2 hours. But the rapid response and the premium that was given to that, because they know, why, within that 2 hours, the losses where it will bring to the economy. So they don't want to let it go fast. Just 2 hours was like a nightmare. But T-Boy, the thing that kills me most is how government or the people we're concerned, they respond to things like this. Our president, is quick to say certain issues or certain things now a public emergency or a threat to national security. But this is one thing that is a threat to national security and the livelihood of the country. Lack of electricity. But the government they not even attempt for address or deal with the issue. Whose kind of attitude that, T-Boy?
I think if you ask which kind of attitude that, I will say to you, not being rude, but it's a lot of amount of arrogancy. Because at the end of the day, electricity is paramount, and it is at some point something to do with national security, because it means all the technical apparatus in the country are not going to function well. All the security apparatus or equipment within the country for several in the country are not going to function well. Ministerial building way for be secured will not be protected well because of lack of electricity. Even our national security institutions will still be at risk because of lack of electricity. So, to me, electricity they put the country into higher risk than even anything else. Because take, for example, if lights go out in the UK for maybe an hour, it will cost the UK economy millions of pounds just within an hour, because it means things in place where they're not ready for gets for kicking. And what would that be? Something of a measure will cost them even 3 times the money they spend for generate electricity for that 1 hour day. I remember about 15 or 20 years ago, we began some kind water shortage in our area. Juma, the amount of bouncers,
I was there, T-Boy.
The amount of pallets.
Water to take over this, that.
Imagine the amount of pallets of water, bottled water, liter water, where then distribute just within that small radius, not so even big, but just a small radius.
Yeah.
A household being get in possession of maybe 5 or 10 pallets of water bottles, meaning then they drink, then they wash with, then they toilet with, then they cook with. For over a week. Just imagine almost, for example, Thames Valley go down losses within that short period of time there. Now, look, we put this in reverse, say Salon now. The reason why we need to take them things they are so paramount, because now the fact say, how much electricity do we utilize to generate income? Now the primary thing that they for begin look at. And then look at institutions then where they use electricity for generate income. What thing it cost them if lights go off for 1 week? Now make you find out say most major production company in the wedding salon where they use electricity get their own plants.
Right.
So if they get their own plants, that is a big loss to the country's revenue. Because it means they know they pay electricity.
Yeah,
So
because they don't rely on the, for
exactly.
plant.
So that's a massive loss to the country in revenue in the first place. So if you get this there,
for add this for you, it's not just loss to the country revenue, but also untold suffering on the people, because whatever they produce, then therefore factor in that cost.
Oh, sure, because then they increase the price according to what they spend on fuel. But I just want to make a focus more slightly on the loss to government revenue based on electricity alone. You have places like Shankarandas. You have, which other company there, where they produce on a regular basis in a salon? Maybe few, not even up to 3 or 4. But plenty don't close because of that particular reason there. Because it costs them serious money for run a private plant. Because it means that plants they get forget not just in your technical team, but a whole employment structure where they cost them money we're not even necessary if then they get supply direct from the government electricity. So all them costs then they incur into the goods then when they produce. Now we, the average man, they pay that losses there. So we got to begin look at the consequences of electricity. Not just the lights when they can't you give like lights come, let's go. There are so much major implications then we take for granted because we don't know the essence of electricity generating income for any country or for any nation or any group or any establishment where rely on electricity. Like Femi said earlier on, we can't operate in Sierra Leone effectively, not even for a day. We can't. Because otherwise, we're going to carry about 5 or 10 kilo worth of power banks then.
People now, if not so that the kind of we back there, we think you full up inside it.
Well, let me get it say if, because until you pass 10 kilo.
When somebody they travel from where go and call, we wait to always ask, say, please bring us additional power banks. That's all we ask for because get for upgrades. Get for use power bank for this, power bank for that, power bank for this. How long power bank they last you?
Imagine. And now the good things have now some tender happen where Apple don't create for winner because the new chip then gets power bank connection we go charge you laptop where you don't even need for plug them into power. So these are the concerns. So if we will get small scale industry in a salon, they think this kind of way. How the people ever get big scale industry go they think? Because they will not be able to work or to perform or to produce effectively. Because sometimes they go there in the middle of production, lights go. All that chain of production they now waste. All that chain of production, they say for example, they produce 1,000 bottle of beer. Within,
so we just mentioned breweries, say one of the production.
Within just maybe 10 minutes, then they produce 1,000 bottles of beer. And you get a chain of beer there already. Where sometimes if the chain stop, wherever the chain stop, sometimes then the process of adding more ingredients into the bottle that we don't line up. So then therefore they even run their company, they at risk. Because sometimes power shortage can also cause fire disaster. Sometimes then go there and produce light just like cause vote, and then when lights come back, the voltage of the lights gets steady voltage. So like either increase or decrease.
Yes, step up or step
which
down.
Means when it come back into your system, either blow them off or run them at all. These are the risks. So not so just that basic lights where they come over, you see, you sleep, you put your generator on, that's important too. But the other side of the lights very important, that the kind of economic value where they bring to the country, where we they take for granted. Because we never ever see people in the company say, oh, light not there, unable for produce water, unable for produce this, unable for produce that. What happens to the people who they sell fish? Raw fish, for example, let me the fish that always can hot in the market because they're able for refrigerate them. So we therefore begin think of the implications of electricity, not so just lights come, you light you hose. There are so many other issues that way that particular thing they go against. And if we not begin look into that issue, then they seriously, the ground will say, oh, productivity in Sierra Leone is very low. Why do we think it is very low? Because the key source of where they make everything increase, not available. It is an opportunity to have light. Few days ago, I talked to somebody on the phone. He said, Timber, light don't come. Now go charge me phone. He is on standby. He is on standby, waiting for that opportunity where lights come, he plug.
Yeah.
We've gone through those days. Come on. Back in reality, this is now 2022. I don't think that makes sense. I don't think that makes sense for any government if not government will say. I don't think that makes sense for any institution if not institution will say. I don't think that makes sense for any minister where they run the Ministry of Energy. It doesn't make sense. This is when in the country Europe, they don't struggle for electricity. They feel so proud to be in Europe because they know everything runs smooth for them. Why can't you just copy the model? Copy. There is nothing wrong to copy. Improve in what you copy and change it slightly and make it suit your environment.
All right, you talking about copy.
Come on.
That just come in quick. So waiting, how is the president now? Of course, we don't know say if they run for second term because in party don't unanimously, endorse them, as their flag bearer for next elections. All being equal, he will run again. So how he go campaign on electricity? Because we see been going to Kono also, we've been going to Kono, we laughed about it here. What you go tell the Pekin then? The lights don't come, boku and also it overflow. Then the Pekin begin sing. Lights no, we want light, we want it. Then the president begin watch now the sun, like I say, they watch during the day for see really light no, they the cloudy they watch for see if like. So how is he gonna campaign now on electricity? Where
does he really need to campaign on electricity? Except otherwise, but I don't think that would be one of his campaign strategy to campaign on electricity. Okay, I don't do the lights.
You sure about that?
It will come on Manjuma. Everybody is not blind in Sierra Leone.
When you hold on, they can't tell you. They can't play one video just now for prove you right or wrong. You let people watch. You understand? Because you say you not feel say go campaign on electricity, but the president definitely think otherwise. So we can't play that video, let people see. Why make me think say the president will still be bold enough, brave enough for use electricity for campaign. But before we play the video, T-boy.
Yeah, go on.
You talk about why copy good things. So I listened to a short clip on 98.1, credits to them. There was a conversation, debate between a member of parliament, opposition member of parliament, Honorable Abdul Kago, and the Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs, we also the double as the publicity secretary for the Sierra Leone People's Party, we not ending a government, okay? And the issue of the electricity came up. This now waiting the Honorable say. The Honorable say, when the governments come in, the previous government, people been they pay 19 cents. They pay the Turkish company 19 cents. I don't know waiting at the wattage or whatever for generate, okay? When these governments come, then say Iboku, okay? That's too much. So they went and renegotiated. And everybody will think, say, it's a good thing, right? So they reduce them from 19 cents to 16 cents. So in your calculation, it said this government don't save $18 million. $18 million. Now they don't save. Okay, on electricity from which the previous government been the pay the Turkish company. $18 million now they don't save. But he asked a question: how comes the tariff on electricity to the people don't go 10 times waiting he used for B where the previous government been they pay 19 cents? So they were paying more to the Turkish company. But the people of Sierra Leone was, they were paying less. But this government don't save 18 million, but people they pay 10 times. And now we know they even get the electricity. How you going to explain that logic, the math and everything around that?
Well, as usual, the government don't save billions of dollars.
Millions, $18 million.
well, at the blanket they have saved billions of dollars since they took office. But we yet to see the benefits.
With the Turkish company.
Yeah, but we yet to see the benefits of those billions or millions being saved. Because at the end of the day, if you have saved X amount of $1 million for not paying the actual rate, you don't reduce them by $3. I think that should have been something that would have been used either within the same ministry to increase the capacity, or maybe utilize possibly on a line ministry, we get some kind of affiliates to that particular ministry. But as far as I'm concerned, that is yet to be proven. So again, it's down to checks and balances. They are saying they have saved, but we don't see what they're doing with the money that they have saved. And then people only tell you, sit back again, say, I hear they see what they do. But we yet to see these things. So basically, I can't justify not seeing anything to say, yes, it is happening. And if they claim, say, a lot has been done in terms of increasing the capacity of electricity, we don't see the Minister of Energy don't go open plants them in various different areas, but yet we don't see them in operation. So what's to justify the fact that these plants are actually working and they're serving the purpose of why they were built or installed in the first place? I don't really need a house that doesn't roof me. If I have a house that have a roof and when I sleep underneath that roof, I'm going to be soaked when it rains. Why do I need a roof? Why do I really need to stay in that house? I'd rather find a house that is very small and possibly basic that will shelter me. I don't really need a massive big house that will not shelter me just for the fact that I live in a big house. No. So we don't see the talk, we don't hear the talk, but we yet to see the evidences of some of these things. So yes, they might have saved millions of dollars, but we don't know where the money is going. We don't know what they have done with the money. We don't know exactly what's in now the use of the money, what's how they put on, why they put on there. Nobody is accountable.
Then people are paying more tariff, but they're not able to get the electricity.
Well,
that's the sad part.
Last month, I charged about 100 and something thousand. The office? Yeah, basic. I think 150,000, 120,000. And I realized saying 40,000 units, they pay 120,000. Okay,
no, come back, explain.
I charge light 120,000. But when the lights come back, when they put the numbers them inside, now 40,000 units, it show 40 units.
40 units.
But when I ask the question, so how comes now they say, oh, they pay for the meter? But guess what? Even if you pay for the meter, that is more than half of your unit. And once you pay for the meter, it's literally about 10% or less than 10% of the actual money you charge for. But again, the meter does not even belong to electricity, NPA. Not to NPA getter, because those meters were bought physically with cash before installed. So the question we may ask, why will you go charge you like in London 10 pounds? Almost the inside the canoe to 10 pounds. We can put the 10 pounds. If they tell you, say, okay, will they take 4 pounds if you get 4 pound emergency radio use or 6 pound emergency radio use? If they tell you, say, 6 pound is being taken out of your 10 pounds because you don't use 6 pound emergency already. If you get that, if they register to you, say, 1 pound 20, don't come out for you 10 pound because you get debts. Me now, so they complain every day from me gas because you know, me gas they tell me say I get debts, but when you check into the system, the debt not exist. So if I'm complaining, now imagine now somebody with a salon where they charging lights, it expects 100,000 they go last time for at least 1 month because now basic electricity. And when light not can save, you money for save not also. But oh yeah, when light can you put your light back on. The money they go down like for self, you don't run on for the whole week where lights been there.
So that is the question.
It is scary.
It's that thief business. Okay. Well,
it's very scary.
You know, so let's go over, let me play this video because T-Boy, you say you don't think say the presidents go campaign on electricity. Well, for this video. and see what happens.
Politics, I want to come talk to you about. The government, they don't do A, B, C, they go take. They pass Z stuff. Because the manifesto will be put out. When are the written document of the things that will be say we they do? When I will put out, we don't done that one day. The things that we they, in fact, we don't do more things than the day inside the manifesto. And that, now during COVID, politics, I want to come talk to you about. The government, they don't do A, B, C, they go take. They pass Z stuff. Because the manifesto will be put out. When are the written document of the things that will be say we they do? When I will put out, we don't done that one day. The things that we they, in fact, we don't do more things than the day inside the manifesto. And that, now during COVID.
Well, Fambulem and T-Boy, now the word that. And this are a precedent, a public statement, a policy statement, and it challenge we all, and the try for justify. So we get right for discuss this in relation to what we talk now. The president, in your word, say, in fact, even inside COVID, T-Boy, until you not can listen, you copy people in this study. You what the president say? He said he don't do everything we promise inside in manifesto, and even more things that we not even consider. He don't give una bunya as well. You understand? He don't add for una. He don't top up for una. Then apart from that, T-Boy, the president, he don't do A to Z or Z. He don't even pass Z. So tell me the alphabet after Z. You and Femi, because Femi is not the sense man. Una get for tell me first the alphabet after Z inside the president's manifesto. They'll discuss this statement here also in relation to the talk. Una one go first. Una all two.
Femi agree on the alphabet name again.
Right, Femi, you know, T-Boy don't throw you on the bus. So start with you. President say he don't do everything from A to Z. In fact, he don't pass Z set. Over to you. Let's bet you think that I'm already and done because it's a shock.
Well, Juma, as T-Boy say, me not Englishman, so I don't know. I forgot as T-Boy we na Sylvester Duba, Englishman Sylvester Yeri, me a name Femi, so they are big.
Yeah. So continue. I want for you to take on that video now. Like, let me ask you a question. You watch the video now, all watch.
Juma, you get problem?
I know.
You get problem, oh.
I know that.
The video just prove the point we they try to make to T-Boy say certain people will be using electricity for campaign for the next election. But you know say shalat, you know it's a shalat.
Say no yeah.
No get yeah. But always T-Boy say man no blame na salon. Shalat no get yeah. If he look being he go campaign say he no green light can at all, then we know say some people in the live na the dream world. Because really and truly, as I said before, for decades now, we government and only feel we pay electricity. But we suppose for the go forward. You know, if me make the mistake when me been there, the post we after me suppose for correcting mistake then day. And you think say by now, we don't reach to being a Kabat Tiger, as Steve mentioned. You know, we named a generator after we president. You know, that's for me. These are sad realities. You know, after the war, where I began go freedom back in 2003, I was amazed at the way we Salon been dark. And I remember reading a book, a literature book ages ago, where they talk about the heart of darkness. And I remember somebody actually mentioned that Port Sierra Leone. But then over the years, we see small improvements in the, you know.
Tell me what the story for you be.
Okay, so we see improvements then. in the light situation over the years. Slowly, it wasn't great. We spent a lot of money on fuel. The amount of money we spent on diesel was ridiculous. So next and day, Juma, we've been careful to go buy Jebu. A way to go buy Jebu, it was terrible because then they cut the can halfway. So wait till they buy nothing you get. And so they mix them, they go cause more problem to your machinery. You know, you get all lengths and you get people who have been asleep now, they host them with the generator because they value the generator so much that they're afraid for make other man can thief them. But by sleeping in the house with the generator for secure, then they endanger their own life. So we see all lengths and we not learn lessons. You know, and day like today, we don't go back. You know, we don't go back in time. We don't go to a point where light situation at salon now was past I've been there when, you know, we not been get this amount of improvements in technology. So why, the question I'm asking is why would they go backwards? And if we go backwards, how can somebody stand up and say, I don't achieve all my goals them from A to Z, I don't even pass Z. We may not know waiting past Z, but they'll get, you know, say they'll reach Z, they don't pass Z. But, you know, how can you actually state that in this, you know, this also like a first say when at SLBS nobody giving news. Right now, everybody gets a phone, everybody they on TikTok, they on which are the other social media, them WhatsApp, they on, you know, everything. Yeah. I mean, a few years ago, been on BlackBerry. You know, this is the information age. Things change. Information gets, you know, what's happening in Russia now. We hear from the Western side of things. We hear from the Russian side of things because information travels. Nobody can control information anymore. Now, all you get for doing now for try for discredit, so until you think say no right or wrong, but the information will come out for we for make judgment. You know, how can somebody sit down or stand up and actually say, I have achieved? Because we all know, say, electricity was part of his manifesto. Even if it's not there in written.
Somebody, the president.
Okay. Even if it's not there on written, because I don't remember if that part today, if the writer part they say we go improve electricity, but I believe say that is supposed to be one of in goals them. With the Yeri say operation theater them, then they operate from people them. Lights they go middle operation. Even Yeri say inside parliament, lights go. Yeri say
they discussed electricity. Now the issue of electricity they discussed 9 lights go inside the parliament.
So imagine that. Even Yeri, I don't know how to do this one. No, then say somebody when you go take shower in a lodge house. As it go inside the shower room, so 9 lights go. But now you know, say, you know, wearing the cam, now we all the soak.
They say for one man do more. You know, like there is something here where it sounds like a joke, but it's nice to bring in something and the way. I will bring that post there in. You know, because how to go the way inside the Republic, you have to fix some small. So you don't watch the video. Why you comment?
I want to friend on the SLPP manifesto who started to talk about electricity. Because I want to say one thing, that's one thing for sure. And the bite you about 110 pounds. The president not read that manifesto today.
Okay. No, that manifesto, the president they talk now that debate.
Let's say you want to make us say no either.
Yeah, tell me.
Listen to me, if I talk with confidence. So what I want to tell you, I want to say all these Argentine what we say we do, we don't do one. We don't do so, don't do beyond.
Yes, we don't pass.
Like I was so. Hold on. We've been telling us, oh, they come back next week. We begin every other week. We can't begin talk to us so. We've been telling us, no worry no more. We need to go. They go also for you. We've been telling us, no worry. News black house. It need to happen to we.
Yeah.
You they talk with comfy, and then you also make reference.
Yeah.
Now, when you don't know what to reference, that's why you mention A, B, C, up to Z.
Yeah, you know,
because you really don't know what to reference.
Yeah.
Because nobody no go all you want to reference.
So they left and blanket you vaguely.
Only because of two things. One, either you don't read them, or you know how to put yourself into more problem. Then one. And two, when you look at the statement itself, as far as I'm concerned, it was meant for few of those sitting around him. Like if I say modern age, the influence of digital information is primarily high. So whatever you might think you're saying behind closed doors is either going to be recorded by one of yours and distributed, because that was a private event in our government.
It was
institution.
It was not State House, but for a selected crowd, selected audience. Where it
was a private event. It was not a public event. It was a private event.
Okay.
Equally so, like the same kind private event where the party didn't get a couple of years ago, now Westminster, where the president make mention, say, I will not going to be seen as the person who is doing the talking. But I would like to see you guys taking the actions of what I am saying to you guys. That was a private function.
Right.
But the likes of social media and the improved technology in the world don't make everybody can just pull up a phone and record, not knowing the consequences of that recording is going to land somewhere that you don't expect. So there's a lot of implications in this anyway. But I was just about to look for the partner in manifesto we make mention of electricity. But I will come with that later on.
Okay, all right. Well, whilst we move on, let give this joke. So Tunde Scott, I follow him on Facebook. Sometimes his posts just cracks me up. But when you look at him deeply, it try to show you the extent, you understand, of how bad things are. So the people away, not even supposed for touch, now they touch. That's now so things done bad in the country. And you highlight earlier, you talk about Hill Station, somebody tell you say over a month they not get, okay? Somebody who can't disagree. However, the reason why they're important now because now they part of the president, now they the president's lodge, they part of the State House, now they part of the country administration. Now Hill Station is there, okay? So Tunde Scott writes this. I'll read it as he posted on Facebook. He said, "And say lights go up lodge where presidents they eat. In self shock and Allah say, this government. If forget himself, if he feels say na APC still in a power for blame and as for the blackout. Passway in CS, so that means in chief security officer remind and say, pa, now your government this so."
That might be a joke, but it might be a reality too.
Just notice somebody they address parliament and they discuss lack of electricity in the country, blackout. Then in the middle of the person in speech, lights go. So
no, I see that about Juma to go down in a set up.
Okay, how you go set? Who that go set up that one day? You can't set up.
I mean, I buy to set up.
Okay, but imagine this thing sound like joke today in post. The president forgets himself. Say, this government. And this
no, that might be true. That honestly might be true. But that parliamentarian. Nah, I don't believe the parliamentarian. But anything is possible. It can be a reality coincidence.
I like for compare things,
What you are compare now?
So Tunde Scott in post.
Mm-hmm.
You remember where President Nakono with the school picking the way they talk.
Yes.
When I don't get baku lights now, where the picking them begin sing lights, no, they watch over. Now that can't catch them. Now in security like that. Lights no they are so now the sun now you see.
Some of these things are funny, but they are very serious anyway. But I think with the Tunde Scott in your own blog, in post, that might be true. I will not say totally that's just fun, but it might be fun as well. But at the same time, the one at parliamentarian, it's too much of a coincidence. I totally not believe them. Now somebody gonna go put the switch off for re-emphasize the essence of electricity to some extent. But it is ironical for like that's happened anyway. But it is also good. So we have those sort of scenarios being played so that people see the reality of the essence of light. Because for example, if I turn my lights off now, everybody will be thinking, oh, what's happening to my light don't go off? It is an instant reaction where you don't get control over. So now some of them things are also now they play out. But we therefore begin to look at the other areas then we will say electricity is paramount. Look who bless people like Marimoni the way sometimes don't reduce the amount of blackouts for school going kids. Because at the end of the day, Smiling True Light has given a lot of children so many opportunities for many neighbors for beginning good up on that pop street lights again for beginning study. Because street light don't exist anymore. So for that reason alone, Mariama and a few others are doing very well because they don't cut down the amount of lack of electricity to household, not industrial estate, but household. So now if lights can light not can save, some houses will be proud of having the lamp, different forms of the lamp they really don't produce over the past couple of years. So kudos to them because in the sky for still make sure say they make their own small contribution towards electricity. And guess what? They are still struggling because even when the sky for generates different forms of electricity, they still they give the amount of leverage when they give to other businesses, wherein electricity is paramount. But yet still they ignore the fact that taxes should not be levied on those people that much because then they use solar energy anyway. Who pays for solar? Who? So therefore begin to look at some of them things there. So how you be able to encourage people in a way the sky for generate other forms of electricity when not hazardous to the community for me they able to come and improve and more. Because there will come a time when people will not even have power or electricity anymore. Because even in the UK, there are some places that where they go where they see solar panel rooftop. It generates for them proper electricity. So these things are just fading out slowly. There will come a time when we will not even need them anymore. But if we're not prepared for it, if we're not familiar with the technology, if we're not familiar to the initial small stages, because technology, they grow. Because that's a different income, that's a different market, that's a different industry, that's a different forms of employment already. Why can't we just encourage these little schemes so that we'll be able to get more and reduce the force of electricity and maybe focus on that oil-borne electricity today to industrial companies or industrial estates? Maybe that might cease the pressure on electricity.
Right. You saying that, I bring Femicam in just now because I think Sebe like one for add something to this conversation. The interesting part now, or the double trouble where Salon gets, particularly in the capital city, okay? So imagine lights not a day so, but then you get generator, then you're not even able to get petrol for fuel the generator. See the wala. Double.
But I just feel, Juma, you the guy generator, you're not get mechanic they will be for make generator anymore because they have
mechanic make it well. Let we agree, say you get a functioning generator that you need to power up other things the way you do. Then you're not even able to forget fuel for power the generator. So you don't see that. What are time for say now for support your argument, say other source of energy, we for support them and give them premium. That they will encourage more people. You understand? Possibly households then will transform to solar energy, whether they go free up, you understand the other one they get for industries just like you stated. But if you they suppress them small businesses here where they try for make life easy for people and give them quality of life, you they suppress them, but then you still not even give them which you supposed to give them. That's sad. Femi, so the lights not a puppet forget itself for Yala. Hey, this government.
So Juma, T-Boy highlights a few people away the or one person in particular with a bunch of other people away, I think say no name, with the app for provide electricity for we people them. And Mama, smiling through lights, and her team are doing an excellent job. But is it their responsibility? I believe say now with government's responsibility for provide certain things them for we country or for we country people them. And because we as diasporans or well-meaning and well-off Sierra Leoneans them in country and out of country, they try for assist people them. We possibly they allow government for take the piece, because then they say no, if we not do other possible can do, and that's the nature. And not to just we, then they go on to the international bodies them where they go always with our hands begging for things that we can actually provide for we safe. I sat in a meeting today and they were talking about forestry, the continent with the largest forest in the world. Yeah, and the continent is South America. But if you really look at the mass, the land mass of South America, and you look at the land mass of Africa, you'll be shocked as why South America is supposed to be the side also we get most of the forestry. If you look at Sierra Leone, most of our forests have been cut down. Then the cuts take them 50 fata one. That's another discussion for another day. But if you think about it, in this day and age, yeah, we're not supposed for depend so much on coal. Yeah, where we go salon, coal pots then still they sell. People are still using coal because fuel not there, electricity not there. This is 2022. This not to who that in term I go say. This not to independence them. This not to even detail with them bath Sierra Leone. This is 2022. Freetown just get in bath. They almost see a T-boy. Juma.
That's 61.
61 yeah. For Salon. Freetown just gets in bath.
Oh yeah, Freetown.
130.
Thank you. You understand? And in this day and age, we still depend on something where the Stone Age man being depend on.
And even that is not guaranteed.
Yes, but our governments, people in the complaint say we complain about government. Who that we get for complaint boards? Opposition? No. You're there now. If your predecessor did not do something, it is your time to make a change. And waiting at the slogan, if you're not able,
Pulan.
Thank you. If you're not able now for Pulan, because there's a lot of willing people. There's a lot of willing people who go able to try for do better. So if you're not able, if you know so you don't reach Watalo, now for commodity suffer. Because a man can't try.
You don't pass Z, but the people they still see the benefits. If you don't do from A to Z, if Mr. President, you say you don't do everything inside his manifesto from A to Z. In fact, you don't even pass Z, if you don't even give it bunya. But we still not see better. So if you manifesto, already you don't do, for justified to be still not able for even maintain what you meet. That is the saddest part. You are not even able to maintain what you meet. Femi say, if you're not able, pull you on. Just like how is it Ronald been things say we don't pull on. We're not being pull on. Ronald, for we some bout in a timing, now that will be the past. So then obviously, we had a few things that health-wise, people are not really feel too.
Okay, Jim, I don't see the manifesto. Let us just give number just the 5.1.
Who's I boy electricity?
Yes, I just give 5.1 or just 5.1.
Okay.
I read this situation analysis because
so let's go by the alphabet for Steve Boy. 5 now, whose alphabet can it?
E.
E. Okay. Yeah, letter E. According to president, he say don't do from A to Z. So T-Boy they read E inside E way 5.1 way we will relate to letter E inside the President's Manifesto. Over to you.
I already read the improving energy supply, just 5.1, E.1, yeah? It says, improving supply of energy is an imperative for any meaningful development and poverty reduction. Development of the energy sector permits the development of various energy-based industries and the enhancement of the human capacity through improved educational facilities, better health services, improved industrialization, and communication facilities. In short, growth and industrialization are impossible today without sustainable and efficient energy. Not that I say earlier on.
Yes. So what's in Insai Ingo do inside letter E? Letter E in small picture.
Hey, Godfather. Okay, the situation analysis for the Manifesto 5.1, electricity. Sierra Leone is among
Insai Ingo do not analyze again the situation.
Challenges. Okay, new direction. Okay, look at what new direction we do. Fine. New direction. In the new direction, the SLPP government objective will be to provide energy in sufficient quantities to all regions of the country to permit the continuous realization of the developmental goals of industry and the general population. The specific actions are to be restore electricity supply to all district capitals, initiate a rural electrification program that will supply electricity to all towns with population exceeding 20,000. Institute a rural electricity board and a rural electricity fund to promote electrification of rural areas with a view to making electricity readily and widely available in rural areas. That is so much of the same repetitive word that will not make one meaning. To be honest, I want to evaluate that particular paragraph from Juma. Then it goes, each year, at least 5 villages, each year. Yeah, God. You see, God, now we're not going to take them for granted. Each year, at least 5 villages and 2 towns in each district join the national grid or are connected off-grid on standalone solar or mini hydro schemes. Massive investments in renewable energy potential of the country in the areas of solar, hydro, wind, and biomass. The list goes on and on and on. Promoting the use of renewable and modern forms of energy like liquefied petroleum gas, LPG, encourage the start of mini hydro schemes, solar energy schemes, and provide special financial incentives to companies in this sector, which Mariama and the others are suffering from. They're not benefiting from that.
And even the tax breaks and
just say that they suffer for that because enhance female. Listen to this. Enhance female access to modern energy by investing in rural electrification, clean cooking fuel, propane gas, and household energy needs. Encourage mining companies and other major industries to sell excess power to the national grid for the supply of power to the communities in which they operate and other contiguous areas. Review and strengthen the institutional capacity of the regulatory agency for the water and electricity sectors. Promote energy efficiency measures nationwide. Follow up the reform of the power sector, including connection in the West African power pool. That's not the thing where the manifesto say they will execute. But Juma, can you just interpret for me this particular paragraph? Yeah?
All of the one about the rural.
No, just one. We say institute a rural electricity board and a rural electricity fund to promote electrification of rural areas with a view to making electricity readily and widely available in rural areas.
Well, you don't talk you don't talk saying at this then they do. Then he actually puts, you understand, action things then the way you be able to measure. All right, where you say 5 villages every year for connect them, not so then say.
Yeah.
Right. So when you look at the gibberish where they write yonder, you understand, then go round and round and write the same thing. So what I noticed with this government, from their manifesto to everything, is cut and paste. Now make things are so disjointed, then self not able to understand what's in the right.
Exactly.
Them go do something, then take them put. Then see under them put them. So it not even make sense to them self.
Because honestly, so to be honest to you, I don't even for understand.
So you
even for understand.
A serious government or a government where they can have force, you measurement force for show. Now for like able every year for add 5 villages to the national grid. Are you mistaken? 5 villages. So, okay, let's say. So you already watch we. So 5 villages times 4 years. So far, we're supposed to don't get 20 new villages where never existed. Then for don't add now the national grid. Whose village? You village. They are family they listen. On a village. They don't add up.
Now Caribone.
See boy. We see the Gona Kono. Now this not a village. Not outside Tiboy come on a Kangama. This na inside Koiduta. Now
you not feature me village, you are not like that.
They come and they make a case for you.
No, not make me case, not make me case. Not feature me village.
Okay. So this na inside Koiduta. Koiduta not a village.
But that is Koiduta a village.
Tiboy left myself. In modern day. So he go there. Oh, I don't say now village, for example. No, take that. Koidu town is a village. Presidents go boastfully. They tell the people, they say, hey, we don't do na boku power supply, power overflow. No, so the people they say lights no day, water no day. We want eat. You see what the people they call lights no day, water no day. We want eat. So light becomes what? A basic need for the people. What are the same as before we just count water and food. But then don't count and say this day in age, lights are a basic need. So the president's not able to deliver yet for we. But he say A to Z, this not E. So if you're able to deliver E, how are able to deliver Z?
That question you ask when you talk.
That question, yes.
Would I ask me or Femi?
Oh, now too.
Femi answer.
Well, if me being get for assess the government in report card,
yeah,
I go say, the pass say it don't reach Z, it don't pass Z. Yeah. For me, I go say really and truly, not even reach, not done it.
You sure even if
that's my true from my own point of view. I might be wrong until I know this salon every day. But when I look at light when I necessity in all day. I look at health, we're terrible. I look at Connaught Hospital, we're so bad off that again we get people them like Isata and her team. We go refurbish Ward 2, we get Toshpa, we go refurbish Ward 6, and there's other people doing similar. I look at education. We no good day for talk. The Minister of Education saying go around school and the other day, see teacher in a class, see students in a class. I remember when I was at school, if you cake school, we principally been sabi you crepe. If you spot you crepe no more the next day in a flag na school. Let alone teacher no go school. What is a board of governors doing and I school them? What we governments they do for ensure say, things are happening. With judiciary system not the work. We have people languishing in prisons without trial. There's nothing happening in Sierra Leone. And yes, Modentias don't happen from previous governments. But you're there now. It's your opportunity to make a difference, to make a change. The thing that you campaign for, where you say if we been there, we not go take that rubbish day. Una they take that rubbish day, una they do even worse. Really and truly, it not pass A yet, let alone it don't reach Z.
Okay. So again, you're absolutely right. And the reason why we not go excuse or forgive with presidents now for them here, T-Boy, because he say he's been tried and tested, right? When he was campaigning, he said he been done there before. He know the issues then. Then we don't test them. So when he come, we have to hit the ground running. You know, he don't get time for waste. We call it delivery. He's not a talk president, but he's a talk and do president. But from what we are seeing, it's a government that is making up stories and a government where they lie. Lord put them blatantly, because if you tell me, say, they do this, you not do them, then sometimes you go give me excuse why you not able to do them. But if you lie for me back, me they sleep na dark, me, for 1 month, but then you they tell me, say, you don't deliver on your manifesto promise on electricity. But what's then call that one, boy, if not to lie?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. All right, so let me jump to the other side now. Now, let me say, team back. But will president still continue for the travel? Why is he traveling? Is he still traveling for complete the countries then from A to Z and past Z? Or why is he traveling? He went to Vietnam and he then Turkey. And see boy, Turkey right now after God, now Turkey them ship, and they provide the half electricity let they get to the country. But the president is in Turkey. We see he attend diplomacy conference. And not too long ago, he was in Turkey again. We see him in a supervise or tour a military facility, right? Where they produce, produce motor car them for fair tour for the military. You know, them fearful motor car them. But yet still, able to out power for it. Why is the president still traveling? Tiboy and Femi. Femi they on gear right now. The question therefore now, or Tiboy they doing research. So Femi, over to you. Why Mr. President still they continue for travel? Now for complete letter Z now or waiting?
Well, Juma, it's simple. The presidents no get faith in the people that we don't put. In not believe say in foreign minister, in ambassador them, in not get no faith in them. I mean, honestly speaking, myself not get faith in them. So I can understand why he decides say he go take him on your accord for go ensure say certain things get done. But the sad thing is we know they see return. Either ambassador them in foreign minister, they know they do what they're supposed to do. Or they do what they're supposed to do. But a country like Sierra Leone really and truly not supposed to be art country for sale. We have 7 million people. We have 7 million people. I believe say apart from all the riches and what we get, standing now we number one richness in the country. We low population. Because our low population, they ensure say we don't need beaucoup for feed we. We don't need beaucoup for feed we. And it is incredible say with all the resources that we Salon gets, we can't feed ourselves. You see right now with all this wahala with happening around the world, wheat na problem, fuel na problem. If we were self-sufficient, we not get for the go big other person. And if person they lock them border per we go still able for feed we country. It's maybe I'm a dreamer. Maybe I see far thing that we know going not exist. But I think that Sierra Leone's problem is easily fixed with somebody with God fearing and we get good intention for the people. Well, I say easy fix. I know they say go fix them overnight too. But we for begin. They say if you want go, if the road longer tete, now one step at a time. Let's start taking these mini steps. But Alex said the step that would they take, now bien will they go. And that's what's annoying most of us.
Right. Well, Uday Femi logo to see by now. T-Boy opening. Over to you. Continue.
I just come up Kabbalah.
You travel?
I want to go McKinney next.
You did travel?
From there, we go Turkey.
You know you travel?
Yes. But anyway, the travel saga, like Phil Femi don't emphasize, I think it's trust. But I think if I was the foreign minister, I would be ashamed of myself. That's one. And two,
what do you mean when you say trust?
Trust. Now but the president self talk and say, anytime where he go, he go make sure say he deal with the situation because he want to be part of the deal. Because when he sits on the table to negotiate, the deal gets cut. So to me, traveling should not be a problem if the expenses of the traveling is under control. I.e., the delegation where they travel with the president is not that exorbitant. Maybe he just gets in and few protocols. Possibly, you can see the reason why he's traveling. If he was traveling on a regular basis and a lot is coming back into the country in terms of infrastructural development, economical improvements, or businesses are coming into Sierra Leone to set up their own businesses, or there is an amount of industries reopening their businesses in Sierra Leone, then we go understand the essence of the traveling. But if I am traveling all the time out of my house and I'm not bringing nothing back in return, but at the same time I am taking, it means I'm either doing it for a purpose or I don't trust the people in way I work with. But not just on trust, because even when inside they go for go execute them due to their, so we don't see nothing back coming into the country. Except otherwise, because something things and everything they say, no, it's something the party do, but we don't have the eyes to see that. But I believe so we all get the same kind of pupils the way they attach to we, even the one that we get glasses. We not see properly, we able to see properly for see what has changed, what are the improvements, what are the essence of the traveling. I mean, Femi, I don't remember when was the last time you had Boris Johnson left UK for Europe.
When a neighbor, if he was using bicycle for go.
Exactly. It will cost him literally maybe a few £100 or 1,000 max, even with the protocol. Mm-hmm. So we go for beginning look at some of them. Let's copy the positives of other nations. But when we focus on the fact that we have to execute things, then it becomes a problem. I mean, during COVID, how many presidents then at the world we take the chance for travel to their fellow countries and where they shoulder to each other? They spend all of their time on video conferencing to either commend or either to support or either to say congratulations or say well done to their fellow presidents, then they all work shoulder to shoulder. But we still get with presidents, maybe they fly. Even at that point where they lock London down, he still travels. And the essence of the traveling to London at that specific time was something that raised eyebrows all over the world within the Sierra Leone community. But again, the trip to Turkey always seems to be like a coincidence. Whenever there is activities happening within that region, the president travels to Turkey. At the moment, there are lots of Sierra Leone contingents in Turkey. it is the same opportunity that the president also takes to go to Turkey, or is there anything so special in Turkey? I haven't been to Turkey. Well, I have transited by Turkey. And I'm thinking, what are the significant benefits for the Turkish government to Sierra Leone, wherein the boat where the supply with electricity is owned by a Turkish company? If the bilateral relationship with Sierra Leone and Turkey is so much that close, why are we struggling with the ship we're owned by a Turkish company? Where I still say the president can negotiate better directly, like you normally do to other foreign countries, then, and make sure say we're able to get sustainable electricity. Just that alone will prove or satisfy the nation of in reason for traveling to Turkey. Again, we saw him to Turkey a couple of months ago in an arms trade deal. But why do we need those arms? Who are we fighting against? Do we have any kind of threat within our sovereign countries like Guinea, Liberia, or Gambia? I mean, every military force have the right to enhance or capacitate their military force, but only if that region is not stable, or the region or within the country itself is possibly threatened into any kind of destabilization of any form. So most of these traveling schemes back and forth Sierra Leone, and it is not always flying with public transport, is a private jet. And a minimum private jets, I have seen the interior of the hospitality within that private jet. And I tell you for real, it is damn luxurious. No joke. If I have the privilege, if I have enough money, I will fly a private jet one day in my life. But not at the expense. Wait, lad, don't. Which is a problem, man. I'm not going to fly private jets. Not to me money.
No, I don't want to ask you. So if now you,
exactly, I me money. You know what I
do? Your money, you they fly every week with private jet.
If you know what I say, I wish I will have the opportunity to fly a private jet one day in my life. I might not have the opportunity to fly, but anyway, guess what? Sometimes I might be able to, because I did work on something right now. Feminine, they put that sort of document together. Something might be possible soon. But anyway, it's on the pipeline. It is on the pipeline. It's on the pipeline. So for those who don't know, that's just the empty space. We're going to fill in the gap soon. But on a very serious note, the traveling should be viably beneficial to the country. I think that should be the paramount goal. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense to me. It makes sense to very few people who are actually benefiting from that. But overall, we need a nation to benefit, not individuals. I would have loved to be part of that beneficial team, but guess what? I'm not interested, because again, I have some amount of guilt within myself, or some amount of conscience to say, why would I want to be in a luxurious situation whilst I have people who are primarily suffering for basic necessity that you don't even have to buy or pay for? So we have to look at some of these reasons: the cost of traveling, the implementation of traveling, the risk of traveling. Why? It's plenty, man. I know we sit down and go for today and talk about them for the whole program stuff. But again, it's good to highlight some of these things and see the relevance behind the reason why the president is always flying a private jet out of the country, and it takes possibly a couple of days before he returns back. And you know how much it costs for prepare a presidential suite? You know how much it costs just to get it prepared? So we therefore begin to look at all the things there. So because it's cost, somebody's paying for it, and it's not a private trip, it's a government trip. So government is paying for that. So just imagine putting all that money together for the past year, 2, 3 years. How much money could have been utilized in our industries, in our hospitals, in our schools, in paying public and government workers. I would rather deprive myself from traveling if I have to use that money to benefit the people of Sierra Leone. So we have to take some of these things very seriously. Sometimes we laugh about it, we crack jokes about it, but it is seriously damaging our economy. I have a typical example. I saw a resort in Bahamas 2 days ago. And the VIP suite or the presidential suite in that resort is only accessible to people who spend a minimum of $1 million at their casino. And guess what I said? I argued this process. I said to God, maybe I can't find a new destination for the president. This destination, they buy you, African president, then they go to the lodge number for free. But guess what? If Boris Johnson say he want to go lodge na that particular resort by the presidential suite, then they sack him before he even return back. Because now government money we not able for accounts for. Who dare you? They left this country for going to the Bahamas. The other time went to Bahamas when I just Paris. Ministers or MPs and they go for the weekend break and they sack them. Paris, so not so the Bahamas, so Paris. When they go lodge in some kind yacht, we not to the own just for the night or for a weekend, then they sack them. I'm not gonna say, but if Johnson decide to go lodge in the Bahamas presidential suites, we then just make a couple of years ago. Those are just sack. They sack in one old ministry, in one old cabinet, because they go ask outside the money come out. So now this is the thing they will for they take very seriously and question certain traveling schemes. We come to the other one next after the president, because again, now segments of repeated, deliberate, not to error, repeated, deliberate. What now the word Juma? I don't block. Femi, come on, tell me please a bit. Repeated, deliberate what? Come on, man, we are Polish English and acts. Okay, repeated, deliberate acts. Now they do. Because they know exactly what they do. Well, the one where they can shock now the one where they can begin talk about the deliberate acts of misinformation.
Okay, hold on.
And the thing is with lying. Juma, go ahead.
Femi, I see you are coming quick. Then me go tell you now waiting and me on take on this. Then we jump. Over to you, Femi.
Okay, I want just correct T-Boy. See, they mean I'm Mr. Corrector. I want correct T-Boy because T-Boy keeps emphasizing, say, government money. T-Boy, please, are the big for the user time day. Now the people, their money.
Oh, okay.
Now we money. And the worst thing, now we great can picking their money because now they get for pay for all these debts with governments, then they go waste. So I beg, not the compare Bahamas and Salon.
I didn't compare Bahamas and Salon.
Na they yana come out, eh?
I don't know.
Barbados income.
Oh, na Barbados income. Okay, because she owns a resort there. I've been visiting the resort and wait see what they talk about. Because then say that resort, me man, you know easy. You pockets get for AB for Go Dae.
You see, today it look like T-Boy 9 they take the diplomacy role. We may not get patient for today. And I see Femi, they don't switch role here. Femi they on gear right now. They now that level. But you see, so Mr. A to Z, President A to Z, of course, Turkey, T, then you don't go Vietnam, V, of course, don't come EU, Boku to the United States. So they can go. Now, Z, it don't go Zimbabwe or Zambia. No, it's almost check, T-Boy, try for put together.
Okay, left one for complete, left Z.
But Juma, you see, you cut me if I've not been doing it.
Okay, sorry, I apologize. I truly apologize. Sorry. Well, see you, Tom Quick. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm not glad with you because I
apologize.
addressed T-Boy. I'm not happy with T-Boy at all. You
Okay.
know, T-Boy they talk about Boris Johnson in travel one. If it be mistake, what's going to happen to him? I don't like this. If it be mistake, Lord talk facts them. Dominic Cummings, what's happen to him? Then sack him. Then force him make it quit because it traveled during COVID.
Yes.
Now not begin talk, but we know things that will happen. Australia, one of the ministers then sack himself during COVID because it traveled. But we own president of Sierra Leone not able to understand. Yeah, and T-Boy say then lock England and we present travel car England. Forget that the Salon border be locked as well, not so?
Yeah. Lock the border.
Thank you. So how we go travel if you don't lock the border? Thank you. You know, not to do as I say and don't do as talk Don Juma.
Yeah, go ahead. You make me fuck the gap right now. Femi, thank you for reminding me. Continue.
No, I just say dynamic at the vex pan T-Boy really because I'd expect T-Boy for pick up the NTR so. Really the guy, our president, make a gear in full honors, lock we country down. Stop people and for the go church, for the go mosque. He locked the country down, picking and up in the go school. Even when they bring vaccination come, if you not get vaccination, they go inside your workplace. Our country was on lockdown, Juma. But yet certain people they party and papi show around the world. When that incident happened in Wellington, some man in a party in London, a few minutes, a few hours after the news break, in this information age, you want tell me say nobody no go scratch na the shoulder, nobody no go whisper na the yes na so and so they be. I think say we forgot this visit here so short. If we really and truly look at, we dig and look at the problem, these people have no respect for our people. There is no respect for our people. Then they use salon money, now like them pocket money. When work for something, how easy it is for spender, man. T-Boy, if T-Boy don't go work, you don't go do some serious work, come, you bring that money, they come, you go pinch him, you go put you under, all this side the way be non plan for use that money they pan. But if Femika can meet T-Boy, that money T-Boy be in top, but just not sit down at T-Boy in table, you know realize something T-Boy don't put this money for certain things, then Femi go say, T-Boy's got beaucoup money, so we just splash at table, I take them, I go begin spend them and go begin do this because I have not worked for it. It's easy for spend that money we not work for. And at that thing guys what they do. They feel to see na them pocket money. And we need to correct that because really and truly now we money and not we money no more we picking the money and we grand picking it and we great grand picking them because they get for suffer for generations to come if we not put things right now.
Right. I don't turn and say then switch role to the T-Boy they play, the good cop today and Femi don't buy and start. Now they can play for you so quick. Then from there, I want for can say a few things here on this issue. So
Bible. Vulva. Bible. Back. Life no day. Bible. It's no day. Bible. Bible.
So now you the panel after all the other thing they know the past self know we they talk about this thing, but the more you think about them, the more it's sad. And T-Boy, me and you and everybody no say, not to let these people know no better. They know. Not to like say they're not aware. They are fully aware of what's in there. But what I see with the president is wicked and full of deception. You know why? Because remember you talked about earlier, you said trust issue now it make possibly it travel. That's not true. Not to trust. It gets in your own personal agenda. The agenda, not to the country agenda. Because you highlight something right now. You say, what is it in Turkey? Why this attraction? Okay? In Turkey, you get half of the government is in Turkey right now. I'll tell you that for free. Yeah. Or the key players, the front row, the decision makers when it comes to governance, apart from the vice president, they are in Turkey. Because if you get the president, the minister of foreign affairs and the minister of finance, they all traveled on the same trip. And not to just Turkey, they went to Vietnam as well. You understand? Everywhere. They went to Dubai as well, not long ago. Now they go, the full team. Okay? Then you come back, you not do nothing. So it's not straight what I say they're full of deception. This is a government that started announcing their delegation, their traveling delegation. Now, you know they even hear reset. Now, yes, even the president, you cannot distinguish when he's on a private tour or on an official tour. You cannot distinguish that anymore. So they don't cloud and cover everything. What are you hiding? If you've been there, you go work in the interest of the people, you will announce your trip, which you go for, and can report back to people and say, I know say we will suffer about electricity business, but I don't go renegotiate XYZ, now this, now to achieve. If you think, let me table an act, boy, for the first time. If you think you wait until election time reach, you can't begin tell people and say, now this you do the next 5 years. You are mistaken, because the people of Sierra Leone are not fools anymore. If a government waits until now, some people will say, oh, they were better, they were doing better. The people voted them out. And a previous government where people been get sympathy for, say because of war and other things, you know, people vote them out because they even take rest. Then take rest, then throw away and doing campaign, rest and the scatter rooted the government. People vote them out. Overwhelmingly landslide victory. Then kick them come out. You think, say your strategy is to wait until last day. You can't begin to tell people you are mistaken. Because the deception get for stop. It get for stop. Because why you go say, Tibo, why you go say, na trust in no get, but you, on that same trip, you hold and talk like the foreign minister, they all the ambassadors then at the country, the way they go, or the designated people there, they go there. Then you still get the president inside the go there, not just in, but in West. Now the West, now on the first lady is the press secretary for the president. Before we use forget official announcement, but you find out we are not getting that anymore. The person who updates us on the president's trip is the first lady. So you see, so you're not able to know, are they out there in the interest of the people or for the people of Sierra Leone, or then just go enjoy? Because, like you stated, we want to know why half of the government is in Turkey when the country is struggling right now. Why? Waiting and they do it. So you see, I talk about being deceptive, because if you tell me say you not trust you people, but are the same people they travel with. And when you talk about, say, I remember I mentioned that in a court deal. What deal? Because you haven't come back with anything. All your trips. Yes, Femi, go ahead.
Yeah, Juma. So, you know, the talk, Yebi. So if certain person they do wrong, somebody supposed for the police that person not also, or that institution they. So if government they spend money we not to them money at the correct boy back, when are we people them money, we not get person we supposed for the audit that process they.
Not to the auditor general, then take them suspend so.
Okay.
The auditor general where they ask question, not to then suspend so.
Well, so you know, I rest my case. So literally the person we suppose for they bring checks and balances to government's foolish expenditure, then take them, they suspend them, and up to now they're not able for give the right reason why they suspend them. But I believe say we suspend somebody, they replace her with somebody also, because the work must go on.
But she's still by the law of the country, she's still the substantive. They're not able for sack her by law. Now I make them try for expel them or suspend them, you understand? For delay everything and put an act in there, because that act in there by law not able for do anything. They're not able to sack her. So now then they not begin go court or the tribunal don't start, but they don't challenge them, because how you go go somebody, you not even tell her what you they can go there for. You not put the rules of engagement, okay? Then you not even tell them about witnesses or waiting. You not provide nothing to her. So now the Auditor General appears a legal team, not even they challenge the jurisdiction of the tribunal, say it's not constitutional, na Supreme Court able for deal with the case. So now they right now.
So basically, when the cat's away, the mice will play.
Yeah, take charge.
So if you think about it, they get rid of the person.
Yeah,
we supposed for hold them in check, so that then go able go do waiting they want for do. And by the time the suspension done, so until election go don't come or then go don't replace them.
Correct.
You know, again, as I say, I think these people have no respect for our country, for our people. They're there for the short term. You know, when you go for certain position, but now we fault. Now we the people of Sierra Leone, now we fault because collectively we voted for these people to come in. Yeah, we need we checks and balances them before we put certain people in certain offices, because this not a work. Me, I not believe say doctor and nurse or teaching na profession. I believe say it's a calling, and I believe say if you literally look inside your heart and you think say you want to lead the country, it's supposed to be a calling. So it's not supposed to be say I want to put as much money in my pockets as I can do, which it feel like say now that's them people that's what they do. You know, their number one responsibility for be the people of Sierra Leone. You know, then for come out at that position, they live in the country in a far better place than they meet away than go there 5 years before or 10 years before, whatever their time be. I would hate if that was me to be leaving my position. Maybe people and they go talk, say, what if Femi can't do so? All the time will give Femi, all the support will give Femi. Look the rubbish he can do. I would hate for that to be my legacy. So I'm hoping that these people, in the short term where they get, they will try for fix certain things. We know they say they will change Salono, but make them fix certain things. But as I say again, if they're not able,
let them pull out. But Femi, you know it's not they will tell you. After you go down talk all this, they will tell Femi, now you need to talk so. You don't understand, sir. That's what they will tell you carelessly like that as well. You understand? Because how much do you need to steal from the people of Sierra Leone, T-boy? Not so you talk now about you don't peep from a distance now the private jet. Imagine the privileges that you get.
I've been chasing that from a distance, I think.
Okay, well, whichever. I'm just saying there. Because I'm good trouble, you know.
For that, talker.
Of T-boy get an idea, get an idea within the private jets look like. But How much do you need to steal from the people of Sierra Leone? Why do you have to take the country's money, the people's money, and go stash on the other side them, where at the end of the day, when they pull that immunity by you, the presidential immunity, when you lose them, you're not in that seat anymore. You know they get access to that money. That is being greedy and wicked. There's no two way to say this. Because if you take that money, you can't go other side. When you left seas for be president, you will not be able to access that anymore. Because then country they're not stupid. You don't bring come, you don't contribute to the revenue, but then therefore use for other things. Okay? Then you don't take a crango, then you deprive the people away from being benefit from this. Yes, Femi.
I get one more prayer.
All right.
I dey pray say wetin dem dey do to the Russian money man dem. Wetin Europe and America dey do to the Russian money man dem. I pray say any African leader or minister waiting free money, may they all up the money. I dey pray that day. Like when Europe don't set precedent, so I dey beg them. All the presidents when they set Spanish, Ukraine, Russia war. I want make them put some power with young people them. May they left for free money and can hide in their country as well. Because when they begin all up the money, sometimes when they come on a power, then go know how it feels like. Remember that boss? That picture of that boss?
Mm-hmm. I know that whose boss number that again. I don't forget.
Tibo area Ebindi. That boss where then to take picture inside with that Primark crepe. With that Primark crepe.
A flying pigeon. No, I understand why that crepe they get pigeon, but a flying pigeon.
Okay, so all I'm saying is if the Western world then begin seize them money also, we know say in a few years to come, we some man and come on a power, then go return at that boss day and then go begin with that flying pigeon. What you say?
Flying pigeon.
Flying pigeon crepe. Then go begin where I'm back. Then something then go begin member for do certain things that we got our country. Because really and truly, it's a shame say when they're sick, they're able for jump in a private jet, then go elsewhere, go get treatment. But yet when people are sick, they're not able to get the same, rights. Then they go inside the hospital them, we have been waiting at the word them. Not being dealt with properly. People and go die at the hospital and they light the hot inside operation theater. People and they die for things and basic necessities. We begin and they go get our water inside gutter. We begin and go with yellow rubber and they go get our water inside gutter. These people know, they see. Our children can't be bothered to go to school because teacher no day. Teacher can't go to school for go teach because they don't pay for 6 months. It get for go fenny and to much other side. And then we Minister of Education, they say, he don't know why this they happen. Me were there 3,000 miles away, I know why. You were there at the country, you don't know? I beg, but please, these people have no respect.
The minister not going to know. I think next week, part of the How They Go, they discuss education. That will be the prime topic, because Femi don't hammer this a lot, and there are lots to discuss around that. This minister not going to know, because if you spend time for the recording studio, whose time you will get for you work? Tell us today they record music. All man get in pleasure, all man get in leisure, all man gets way how for pastime. But when your country is in crisis, the education sector is in crisis, wherein your pass rate is 4% of the total population, recording music that the last thing where you remember, even sleeping and eating. Femi, where you did so right now? When you have, work for do, where you get things then for do, you don't remember for it. You don't forget for it. You don't get time for go sit down the record now studio. Tibo, you go get time for go sit down for listen music. You will not have that time. When are the last time you watch film or movie or whatever?
Yeah, I don't know. When
okay.
I watch things there for purpose, not because of I want to.
Exactly. So even T-Boy in television where they play, it's just there for the sound.
I like television, sir.
Okay. All right.
I like TV.
So
I get screen.
So
Really,
this is the
different things,
situation.
but not on television.
Television. All right. So you see, this is the situation we have in our country. But what me they say, the president can live the best life we want to live. He can enjoy all this luxury, all the dreams, everything that he don't fantasize for the good number of years. He can still do all of that and still deliver for the people of Sierra Leone. But what is bad is when they live the privileged life and you show no care and you become arrogant about them as well and lie to the people for say, I promise you this, I deliver, but una no get eye for see this new direction. Well, the people will not see because light's not in the country. Come back to the same thing. Anyway, we not go down this talk like how Femi and T-Boy say. Let me go to the other thing. T-Boy and topic. But T-Boy, you asked about misinformation. Is that related to the next part?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So now we do African Nations Cup. We all gladly, after 25 years, the president tell we say, I get the key, Leon Stars qualify. For a short moment, that changed the dynamics of the country. People celebrated as family. We started seeing the green, white, and blue. We started seeing a sense of unity in the country. Tensions begin lower down. The political rhetoric and everything else. People, for a short period of time, begin feel like normal people, as far as I'm concerned, looking from outside. We saw families celebrating, even people who know nothing about football. We all rallied behind the Leon Stars. They went, the boys did what they had to do. We say because they even exceed our expectation compared to the doubts they would on get. But then, as always, money wahala, $7.5 million for thing, just like that. Other countries, the way bigger nations, we perform past week, spend very little according to with figures the way we see. They may be correct or not. But the allegation out there is we country spend $7.5 million for participate in the first round, the group stages of the African Nations Cup. 30 days, we know nothing. T-Boy was out there, he tried to ask questions, then block her. Now we don't see Leon Stars, don't go Turkey. And I think our president is still in Turkey, right? As far as we know, because no official announcement said or return it. So he's still there. We not see them don't welcome it na Lunge. So he, as far as we consider it between it between T and V. You know, can you? But we don't know so they don't go to other countries na you. Apparently, they don't go to see Cyprus. You never know. Salo president, you too waka. You president like waka. Anyway, T-Boy, let's go to football. What amazes me most for this Turkish trip, now friendly matches then they go play, which is good. We all want the team to prepare fitness-wise, and we don't have. But I was shocked to see we have more delegates, backroom staff, or other people compared to the number of players we go out there. Your take, and this is Naiga for lead on this part.
Na police case. So anyway, like you mentioned earlier, when you don't talk about the AFCON, yeah, it was good. We did well. We try. If we don't do better than that, we only prepare for good the first round, so not prepare for the second stage. So that's where that will stop. But yeah, we did Turkey right now. We get 3 international friendlies. Will it happen on the 24th, tomorrow the 27th, next tomorrow, and the 29th, next tomorrow after tomorrow, and the 29th of March. So they play Togo tomorrow, we play Liberia, and then we play Congo. But again, you mentioned, say, then gets more delegates or more personnel than the actual players the way they go. So basically,
where go? They
where go?
actually did it. Yeah.
All right. Juma is a big content. Sabi count from 1 to 2, 3, 100, not so.
I would try, but I not sabi read from A to Z and pass Z. So,
but I don't say it's a big count. But when you look at the list of these are the official documents of the Sierra Leone Football Association, we established 1960, an affiliate association to FIFA, CAF, and WAFU. Take note, because these are the people who are possibly going to go through this document. And then you begin put down names of people away travel. You put 1, you put 2, you put 3, you put 4, you put 4. So we get for 1 for 2. So you get, oh, okay. Now let us just go to the first list. You get Mohamed and Kamara, number 1. Number 2, Yunis Akonte. Number 3, Ibrahim Sisse. Number 4, Abdul Bilal Hamid. Number 4, Usman Kake. So we get 2 number 4.
I don't see. So you get 2 number 4.
You don't know. Then you go to number 15, you get Sisse Winston. Number 16, Dimba Kamara. Number 17, Alexander Koma. Number 18, Saidu B. Kamara. Then number 18 again, Samuel K. Biko. And then you get a total of 23 players. Taking into consideration, you get 2 double numbers, 44 and 18. Will that be a coincidence or a typographical error or a deliberate act?
Well, with Sierra Leone, we don't know. Yes, Femi, go ahead.
I get answer for T-Boy.
I don't know. Wait,
I get answer for you for this one. This question we ask. No, answer this one. Not to typographical error.
No,
you know, say when we go play that tournament, we number them in the photo of we back. So that 4 and 4 we see. Sometimes the 1 and 4, sometimes the other and 4 C. Sometimes the 0 for them, or sometimes at 14, sometimes the 1 for them, or sometimes at 24.
On 140.
On arrest me kiss.
On 1,400.
No, you need a count, you jump 4, you go to 40, you go to 140, you go to 45. No, now 4 is deliberate. And you know, just done there, you get 23 official players winning at the list, but at 25 because 2 double numbers there. And then you go back to the top of the list, then get another additional. So you get 222, 223,
and
124. So how many players are there, or how many people will go on that particular list there?
See, but then say lights not been this, now I make the number they wrong.
So now 28, now that list there.
But almost then at the list officially.
24.
Okay.
So 23. Because now they put them up. We don't know, you know.
Now up them for them with additional numbers or down?
Well, not down them for them.
Alright.
But they're not even supposed for them at that list.
So let's say hypothetically they didn't at the list. Now
no, they're not for them because they're a delegate, not to players.
Let's say no more. Look, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Now, up for them or not down?
Not down for them.
Alright. So you see a small issue that I also they take for granted. Then they make we fail in bigger things in Sierra Leone. Because we don't do what's in the team we don't do checks and balances. Nobody is authorized to check these documents. Nobody has the authority for ask questions about who wrote this document, who that type them, and it's been signed by the head of media and marketing, SLFA, Ibrahim Kamara. Can you imagine that? This is a whole media professional not even proofreading that document before he sign up.
Well,
and these documents, they go all the way to FIFA, CAF, and West African Football Union with wrong information, not categorically laid out in a proper manner how it's supposed to be, but yet still they release them and put them in the public domain. One mistake would lead to so many others. Go on, Femi.
Juma, it look like say T-Boy don't shame. It
Why?
look like say T-Boy don't shame. I make T-Boy
Why?
vex so. He say he don't go all the way up to FIFA. So imagine if FIFA then go sit down and they talk about Salon.
Yeah.
You know, and he's totally right. You know, then little mistake as well people and they make them not realize the consequences. Them. You know.
Fine. I'm gonna tell you something again, which I've said times without number. The only time where you will get government officials for be accurate and come on point is when you ask them to give you a budget where money involved. If you tell them, say, I want a budget, a turnaround time for 24 hours turnaround time, I want these budgets right now. They will come through with it to the last penny and they will justify it to you. But if you ask them, say, put that report together, I want you to be accountable, they'll give you all the excuses and be very defensive. So, Tiba, you second list, now the delegation list.
I think my justification of that first list, now for make them make comparison, say the delegation list possibly no Boku pass the list of the players they will go. That's
no, it's still Boku.
No, next are 21, less.
No, but what about the 3 delegates? Now, cannot be agree on it.
Yeah, what I say? You what I say?
Go ahead.
Then put that other. If you watch the other list, now they're 22 and 23 supposed for the
22, 23, 24.
Yeah.
Supposed for the yeah. So
it's a continuity.
Yeah. So by not day.
No. So what's in the list they show? When you look at the breakdown of the document itself, it should be a continued list. If they want to justify them, yeah, it should be a continued list. But we don't know who's on page 1, or who's on page 2.
Right.
So you wanna let me use me own knowledge or me own brain for put two
you forget. You do the guesswork. Yeah.
Exactly. So if we have 2 separate documents that are not attached together, it means these are 2 separate documents.
So another interesting thing is, but even let's say the players then pass, for example, okay, which is not in this case. Why do you need that 24-man delegation day for go on a friendly match? And look at the people that where they did. Waiting that they go. What is the added value? Why are you going? What
this is tournament, so not friendly.
A friendly match. Why are you going there? What are you going to do? What added value? Waiting you they bring where you go.
Then you go practice for 2023.
Waiting the officials that they practice.
Then you go practice the protocol for 2023.
So you don't see. So this is how they waste our money. Okay, this now so then they waste the country money. But then you look, there was another release out, say the Premier League clubs then they're on strike.
Why?
Or then say they're on strike because this is why I say as a club union we have decided to withhold our participation in the ongoing Sierra Leone Premier League 2021-2022 starting on Wednesday 23rd March. This is due to the fact that the league is yet to have a sponsor and clubs are yet to know the prize money for the winner of the league and officially the number of teams that will be relegated. Earlier, it was agreed between the Premier League board, SLAFA, and the Union of Premier League Clubs that the 4 matches in the second round of the league, the demand of the clubs will be met, but has not been achieved. Though this is a tough decision by the members, we will resume after our demands are met.
Okay.
So the problem we had about now money business. So you they play a league. I thought you said people know it and they play for. It's a competition, right?
Yep.
You're playing, you know what you're playing for, what you're gonna gain at the end of the day. But the league almost they come to the end. Still, they don't know what's in there for be the prize money.
The prize money we will talk about that after the league done.
After the league done.
Yeah, after the league done.
Yes, no, not make that an issue right now. Una say una too like money business. You know,
but money don't make it come together.
Yeah. Then
but the league don't hold right now because there is no fund.
Right.
Just think about this. The country not get money for fund the local league.
Correct.
But the country get money for go play 3 international friendlies.
Correct.
Then the league no they run at the country.
But then you want to develop sport.
Then they say they develop grassroots football.
Yeah.
How can you actually develop grassroots football where you not get money for run the Premier League, but at the same time you get money for go fund 3 international friendlies?
Correct.
Come on.
Go with 25 or 25 officials. Or 24. Yes.
And guess what? This time around, they not call Kaikaman at the team. So it's not because he missed penalty.
Possibly. And now I don't get club. The last time people were get club. Now I don't get club.
I don't know whether they call it. Not give Camo or the Liberty not call up.
I don't see Musa Tumbo.
Yeah, I don't see Musa Tumbo at the list as well.
Okay. So the one we score for the goal, bingo.
Which one?
Musa Tumbo.
Well, I'm not saying at the list too.
Musa Tumbo no go.
Because I'm Musa Kamara my name, right? I'm not
in the list.
Yeah. Yes, Femi, you answer something.
Yeah, so when they talk about the people in we supposedly go the tournament, why Salon gets the tournament. I think say Salon for go because now an international weekend or an international week where all continents and they call them play them for go play, even though it's a friendly, but I believe say some of them friendly so then say get small points them we you together. If you not play tournament football at all, then you don't get these points. And then half points also the help we for claim the hierarchy of the football table then. So I believe say because na football calendar, this team for happen, the Sierra Leone team for go. Waiting me think say not right now for all the delegation where they follow them for go because that is waste of our country's money. But then una right say they need to invest certain monies them in grassroots football and for go with game. I was totally against where they say then go cut almost land for because they qualify for Nations Cup, then go get almost money. For me all that was waste. I don't even know if they fulfill them province and day, but it was a waste of resources. If that money they them take come and go build other stadium or go build other training pitch them. We went to a function, Juma, me and T-Boy a few Mondays ago. We go to one function. Now a team with the England, we're not even in a division. T-Boy, I beg tell them almost practice field that team they get.
They get like a 4 at the back, then get 2 at the front, apart from them playing ground. So
this is the practice field them Juma. If you see goal poster with them Boku. This
non-division
club where they North London. They get all thing where we not get.
And then we spend $40 million, $40 million United States dollars for repair stadium, the national stadium. The one game.
Let me say to now, our problem isn't hard to fix. It just needs somebody with the right attitude and the right mindset, Juma. It will cost no money for replicate waiting that football club they get na Salon. It will cost nothing, Juma. Because guess what? The land we get them. We get Craig Bellamy get open an academy na Salon. Where Craig Bellamy in money run short or in attention go other side. And he stopped sending money to the academy in Sierra Leone. Salomon instead of them take the academy day and take on to the next level or at least keep on to the standard where he been there. No, they let it rot. Juma, where I see that place with me on 2 years, I nearly cry. It's just waste.
You the trouble yourself, Femi. The Slapper Secretariat or outside they play the Slapper pitch. Nah, King Tom, T-Boy. You know what that building used to look like, right? Because you don't cover a lot of stuff then. It was, still not to standard, okay? But go now and go see what it's like right now. You go cry. You go tell them, let them pull all the, artificial top where they did.
That artificial top they were in a kingdom, now death trap.
Yeah, now play the broken foot.
I don't understand. Femi, let's just go back to the statement you make earlier on, but say, yes, they get right to go play tournament. I totally agree with you. Yes, they have the right to go to and play tournament. But guess what? The disadvantage to me for the tournament, now this. During AFCON, we have about 6 or 7 home-based players featured on the pitch of play. Yes, we don't have a league. So now they are still taking these home-based players for go play friendlies, but they don't have a league to play on a regular basis. So what happens, and why are they still going to be using them in major tournaments where other countries and they fill in 11 internationals and possibly more of the subs internationals? We have more than 7 internationals where they play top flight football on the bench, not even having a chance to even play a game, not even for 5 minutes. So my own point is, what is the essence of fulfilling international duties and you cannot fulfill your own national duty? What sense does that make?
T-Boy, me get a different take on it, okay? You create opportunities. Friendly matches, Nasai, for able for look at your talent and way. All right. So I'm not against you taking home-based players to play because you have to have that mix. With what you don't see with COVID, you really get for be creative and ready for eventuality.
But the home-based players, they not get a problem, but they don't have a league to play on a regular basis.
No,
so
there is a league. There is a league.
There's no league right now.
No, there is a league.
There is no league. Who's game play last?
There is a league
for almost 4 weeks. Who's game play right now?
No, there is a league.
Who's that league they play? Now, Kingston Field?
No, then get different side the way then they play.
Who's field then a Salome league they play apart from Kenema and McKinney and Bo?
T-Boy.
They don't get pitch.
If you listen to me, I'll help you out. The Premier League, the way they don't make her now, they play in different places. Approved school they play.
Approved school a field?
I'm not saying it's a standard pitch.
You they check the way you play an approved school for game play international match? Approved school? Approved school a field?
No, wait. The league where we get.
Hey, no, Jima, let's not come on, please, man.
Wait me. We have a league. Is it a standard league?
Forget about the standard. It is not league because it is not a standard.
So you cannot deprive the players from going for go showcase their talent. The internationals that we have, listen to me. The internationals that we get right now, most of them use for playing and then league that they are non-organized leagues. Okay? So, but how you go, you left the highest goal scorer, now the league where we get, and the second highest goal scorer. You have Musa Tumbo with 10 goals and Daniel Wellington with 9 goals, but you left them behind. Allow Femi coming quick. Go ahead, Femi.
Okay, so I think today we all did a different safari. So think about it, yeah. Football na big business. Football na apart from skill, na an athletic game. Yeah, you have to be physically fit. You get for the train. You get for the know positions and tactics. Yeah. The reason why me believe some of these players have been left behind. These homegrown players have been left behind now because the tell where them for don't use them for get for know them now been the training camp them before the tournament where we go. Mm-hmm. Yeah. We went to that tournament and we get a couple of good games. We not win none, but we get a couple of good games. Yeah, where we draw and it mask beaucoup of the problem they already. It cover them. It take plaster put pan so foot. Because the so foot's the problem that Musa Tombo, no matter how he's worshipped in Sierra Leone, does not have a football team. He is not fit to play football. Not to say he not get the skills, he not able to score goal, but he's possibly not able to work for 90 minutes for the team.
But he's got a football team.
No. In Musa Tombo not been play football before the tournament.
No, he was playing.
No,
he was playing.
Juma. Juma. Hold on, make a done. Yeah. Right, you, as you say, we not get standard pitch them. We not get standard football team either. You go take somebody where they play na Division 4 league na America for go compete against Bayern Munich or for take a place or player where they play na Bayern Munich or Real Madrid or Barcelona. No, you wouldn't. No. Right. And that's the thing. We get seasoned players them we qualify for play for Sierra Leone, where some of them actually go the tournament and did not get used, were left on the bench, and then play some of them players so because they were home favorites. They may get name, but physically they weren't ready for the game. Our coach got heavily criticized after we lost because of the manner where we lost. People the eye open.
Right.
All the enjoyment will be they say, Musa Tombo with the beat Pankoba or whatever the team been there, and all the euphoria, all that they done. We see on the third game a country where we feel to say we go beat easily came and destroyed us.
Right.
So the eyes were open. People them way ought to know better. Begin puts them more pan the coach say the coach for them make certain decisions. Musa Tombo personally, I think say most professionals and go agree with me say a man that does not play football isn't ready for tournament.
Okay, so agree with what you say, but that is not the case here. Musa Tombo has a club. He plays for Bo Rangers, where I think that then the top head, that then they lead the league na Salon, or then be the league leader for a couple of weeks until then draw or lost 10 days or so. Okay, you have the so you cannot take away that from him. He's playing, he's showcasing his talent. But will lack the facility, the infrastructure, and everything else where it take. All that you will be telling me now is Salon not for competes until we get a standard league, standard pitch, and everything is in place. So give them an opportunity. My point is, this is not a competition. This is a friendly match. Now, friendly matches, then go play. Give opportunity, mix them up a little bit, because then can go home-based players. That's my point. So they took players from Lions and other places, but you left behind the highest goal scorer in the league right now, and somebody we're making mark the African Nations Cup for us. Okay, because we drew that match because he scored. So at least give them an opportunity. Let them go there. They let them able to prove themselves. Now you don't test them now sideways standard pitch. No, you don't crank on a sideways standard pitch there. Then still not able to perform. Then you can make a case. But if you leave behind, if you can go 50 players for me, okay, you can go 25 internationals. You understand? 25 home base. Okay, then you take away all the officials, they will not get business for Go Dae. The delegation will not get business for Go Dae. Then that's fine, because with friendlies, you can fill in as much players as you want. You have 3 games to play. So you try and test things. That is my point.
Juma, the African Nations Cup, you have opportunity to make 5 changes. We only did 2. And we have 3 players sitting on the bench that haven't played.
That is the coach's problem.
That haven't played for a minute.
That
and
is
still did not switch up. We have 3 games to play. We have international players who did not even kick that match ball.
That's not the coaching problem. Not so much.
I don't have a problem with that. But when you get time, just check Barnet FC, and you tell me whether we constantly not get the capacity for do than this not a club where as Femi not in no division it's Barnet FC. Just Google and no more. And like anybody they watch we just Google Barnet FC and see the lost, missed, and unfortunate opportunities that we get where we they make comparison to player where they play now. Who's Phil Juma?
Mafa Phil, approved school.
Approved school.
Yeah.
Juma.
For can play international friendly. No disrespect to the players. No disrespect to the players. But my point is Juma, my point is simple. Let's have a league running and tell FIFA say we are developing our grassroots football. We won't be able to participate in international friendlies because that money can be utilized either to run our national league or create facilities to have proper playing grounds. FIFA not going to carry down for that.
Agree with you.
FIFA will not disband Sierra Leone if Sierra Leone make that sort of move. Liberia, we start war before we've been a struggle a couple of years ago. They don't get a U-turn because guess what? Their presidents choose to listen and try for change things around. Guinea, who always do use for laugh. Then get state-of-the-art stadiums and football facilities. Then right now, Guinea is planning to host the Nations Cup after Ivory Coast, or maybe 1 or 2 after Ivory Coast. You think Guinea gets that capacity in the past 20 years ago? But what we therefore say is we got to make with priorities then straight. Instead of 3 internationals where they keep the player in a Turkey for 10 days, you play one and utilize that money there and develop grassroots football, or possibly try for buy astroturf pitch where not go cost you £50,000 for surface one pitch.
Agree with you.
For surface one pitch. Let we get some with priorities and straight Juma. Let we forget about satisfying certain protocols that whether they benefit you anyway. That is what everybody is doing in Sierra Leone.
I think you are missing my point.
Tick the boxes, say yes, approved, completed, and this. That is not what we need right now.
You are missing my point. My point is this. You are shifting the blame on the players, which I think is unfair.
No.
Even if the player na Impala, okay? As long as it is showcased in talent, you understand? Give them the opportunity. You cannot deprive a player where the player na stone field when he gets for use, you understand? For Kego and official. And I'm not against you taking international players. What I'm saying is,
get problem with the home base.
International players, bring home-based players, leave the so-called 24 officials out there. They don't have
let me tell you what thing I get problem with. It's not about the home-based players. I don't have problem with the home-based players. Let me tell you what I get problem with. My problem is this. Why acknowledge an international friendlies, 3 international friendlies, when we don't have a league running because of finance?
Those are the questions we should be asking, yeah?
That's 1. 2, why we do go respond to international friendlies where we know for clearly well sure say we not even get the basic footballing structures in Sierra Leone where we can utilize our money there and put them into the basic force for liquid maintain football as alone, then we go play international friendlies. Thirdly, FIFA no go penalize Sierra Leone if we choose for run that international friendly money there and complete with league, even though we facilities are 0 compared to the least nation. If I can clearly remember, Equatorial Guinea will knock we out of the first rounds of the AFCON. They were far behind us in football 10 years ago. Way behind we 10 years ago. But then choose to do one thing. The primary thing we then choose to do, let's go back to the drawing board and reorganize football in our country and build the right structures them and develop players them for the next 10 years. So long as now the opportunity we'll get, we have a very young team To be honest to you, 60% of the players that will go play this friendly are fresh faces, new and young boys. It's very good for them. I don't have any issue with that. Even with the home base the way carries, it's good for them because it gives them an amount of exposure as well. But the priorities are not set properly. As far as I'm concerned, those funds can be utilized to either finish or continue with league, or they utilize that money there and at least make comparison with Brent Football Club, Barnet Football Club, where sometimes if we make comparison to Barnet FC, to we own stadium who was so one for bill, I feel safe then put all that money there together. It might be able for even start them and take them something maybe 60% down the line. Football is business, but nobody is interested to invest in football in Sierra Leone because the structures are not there. Craig Bellamy is a typical example. Femi just highlighted. If we had had a structure of the football association in Sierra Leone, that academy did not for go watching. It not for turn like a graveyard. But not only because we don't have the structures, we don't have the right people within at the right position where they can talk about next for change the dynamics of football or change the dynamics of sports. Then you go understand, say, we know the far being safe. We they way back behind. Like what I say earlier on, we are zero beyond the words beyond the word zero.
All right. We already said so. I agree. And I don't get problem with that. That's my position as well. Femi, over to you.
So, today on me and T-Boy, we're not at the same page. So, I hear a lot what T-Boy they say, and I agree with a lot what they say about wastage of money. We not get the right stadium. Imagine, so we stadium was built in the 70s. Shaka Stevens time, hence why it was called the Shaka Stevens Stadium. We did 50 odd years later and we still have nothing to show for it. We not get that stadium, we don't build the AFA stadium, them we then still get their political issues. But we'll not go into that indeed. But T-Boy, I want to pick me words them carefully. Because you done your statements just now by saying picking the right people for do the right thing, the wrong structure, and dynamic salon, not the go salon football, not the go before. I want to make you apply that the same to the player them. I am a very national man. I am Sierra Leone first and foremost. I believe so we forgive we play then we did in the back home the opportunity. But guess what? T-Boy? I would not take a primary school child for go sit PhD exam. I will not do that because it isn't fair on the one that we're supposed for sister exam that we don't qualify and reach that stage then at the life, and it's not fair on that primary school picking themselves we go put another position there. That's I'm equating this to the footballers them. Football don't play na salon for almost here. I beg una tell me almost here football not play na salon for
over 3 years, boss.
Thank you. We are Jaja qualify by default. Now we qualify for go that tournament day. Honestly, them players that will not play football for 3 years had no right to sit on that playing day for go take up a position where we get seasoned players them where they play football around the world. But again, our governments do nothing. You, me, Juma, and millions of us live abroad. We embassy, they don't know who that we be, they don't know we qualifications, they don't know what thing we can add to we country. If we can get a list of all the people that we qualify for play football, or all the people that we qualify in certain sectors, we can make a difference in Sierra Leone. If we can get a list and the salon for better, if we get the list of players, them 20 almost player, now no more the league needle. We get past 50, 60, 100 player them where they play in a top league them around the world. We lost one player to Norway where they play in Scotland. He's making name for himself in England. Kamara. They go play for now Norway, T-Boy.
No.
They play.
Finland.
Okay, they play for Finland. You understand? We lost him. Why? We get the with the Chalobah brothers. They never make England it, but guess what? England is going to pick these guys because we're not serious. We get Boku that play them. They Ajaja called that Bobo where they play. What's my name? Hey gosh, they play for QPR. It go represent you in this tournament. But we get so many players the way they play in, week out. They play professional football, and you guys are telling me we forgot pick Musa Tombo because he scored Boku goal na blind school league. Juma, come on, man. Come on, Juma. He might be the talk of the town because then they see every day, then they hear from every day. They don't know about these boys, but them boys are so that them for go put Salon at the map. So hold on, Juma. So yes, take Musa Tumbo and others, but don't play them in front of professionals. Let them mingle around them, train with them, rub shoulder and able to learn one or two things because that's what they do in this side of the world. When you come in to the squad and you see you're not good enough, Gareth Southgate where they pick team for England, it could bring you inside for can gain the experience. And sometimes it will give you 10-15 minutes at the end or 5 minutes at the end, but he will not put you in front of Harry Kane. It's not possible. No matter how bad Harry Kane they get, they're not going to put you in front of Harry Kane. We have to call a spade a spade. If you're not good enough to be there, don't be there. Our manager made a mistake, and I think so that mistake then it's time for correct now. So let we not beat them too much for correct that mistake, boy.
So I am.
No, Femi, don't get me wrong. I don't have any problem with the selection of players that we go better, whether be it home base or abroad base. Yeah. No, that's not my issue. My issue not the priority.
Exactly.
What's in we prioritize? Not my issue.
That I agree with T-Boy on that side.
Because you're
gonna waste it. The money they waste in Turkey for friendly, that can fix 60% of the problems they will get right now, with football development in the country. Just for these 3 international friendly. Yeah. Okay? But again, I tell you, part of the problem, why do you have to take 24 man delegation and leave players? Expose the players, take them out there, okay? Mix them with people, even if they train together, or that you can't, like when you say you feed them 1-2 match, but at least you expose them. But waiting the officials that they do, they're not going for kick them, they're not going for wear vest, they're not going for do nothing. At least bring the player where they play na Koto field, you expose them to waiting actual football talent. So Musa Tombo, next where he go na Sweden, go on away say call the ketchup. Say let it return in country. Okay? But
imagine me as Kenyan people also na AFCON. They know they do jack nothing, they were just loitering.
Right. But in his defense, you understand? Because football na goals as well. Musa Tombo na the Koto field where they play, he scored for the youngsters. So why not take him?
I get problems. Musa Tombo in play one.
Why you still not take him? Go mix up with them people there because you don't expose them to something bigger than what they go. So take him out there, show him more, encourage him. Because again,
Femi, Musa Tombo na banaloko na be full footballer, but you give and that ball no more.
Yeah.
If you supply that ball the 5-10, he must hit the target, he must score 1 goal. That's the type of player he is.
Yes. Yes, T-Boy, you're right. Football na biscuits. Anybody, anything can happen. Anybody can happen. You take your opportunity and you make it. Yeah, I'm not saying that you should not have the opportunity. Waiting at the sea. Yeah. Now, our last game show we the problem with Leon Sarsgate. The first 2 games, because we survive by drawing the game, and the whole bringing the country together, the happiness, it was great. It was a good scene. I was in Sierra Leone for the game, then I see waiting that football they do. I appreciate what Musa Tombo do. Do not get me wrong, I'm not criticizing what he's doing. I am saying that as Yusuf said, T-Boy, at the use you word them, saying that the wrong people them, then at the wrong places them, we get for look at all throughout all sectors. We can't choose one sector and say that's what we want there, but other sector we say no. Let's because we're nationals. Let's allow Danny for sleep. No, if we need for pick the round pegs for the round holes and the square pegs for the square holes, let's do that for all sectors. Let's do that for all sectors, and those decisions is why you're a manager. Being a manager outside the work, we get for make tough decisions. Yeah, we they make certain decisions then we're not happy with, but we get for make them because it's for the betterment. Yeah, if the game is bigger than Musa Tumbo, it's been bigger than Bana Loco, not team sport. If you think say as a team with Musa Tumbo leading the line, it's better for Sierra Leone, fine, let's go with that. But I bet you anything you ask any professional, then will differ with that thoughts day. Then will tell you say pick somebody we proven where they do am day in day out. He's physically fit, he's match fit. Me man, Liverpool the rest Mohamed Salah because they say he not match fit because he gets one injury where he recover from the injury, he not get enough time for training. This and the guy where they claim say that one of the best players in the world. They said he's not match fit and they put somebody else in because of the betterment of the team. So as a manager, you're supposed to be ready to make these decisions. That's all I'm saying. The reason why they call Musa Tumbo, I'm not picking on him necessarily. I'm just saying as a team as a whole, our last game was terrible. Yeah, we midfield not been the run, we not been getting any guts. Our forwards weren't helping them. You know, we were being outrun. Even Ivory Coast, they outrun we. Now miracle make we draw that game day. Let's be honest.
Femi, I totally agree with what you did say. But my point is this: we should not disqualify, you understand, talent and players because of whose side they play. If you're looking at the statistics, as bad as it may be, whose side they play, Musa Tumbo are the highest goal scorer, right now. And not just right now, but he don't prove him before. And he went to the Nations Cup. He got us a goal. He scored for us. So if you want to look at his statistics for the last 1 year, 2 years, you understand, it fits the bill for goal. You know, that's what I'm saying. And I'm not saying we therefore pick him against international players. That is not what I'm saying either. My own point. Them Boko officials, the way they can go, for go waste money. That is.
I think so. We all agree on that. I
have an issue with. And for me, now for Hammer, they will left the player them. Then the money they go spend $7.5 million, not on the players, because cash commodity for suitcase. 30 days for $20 suitcase or £20 suitcase, they're all the $1,500. Okay? You get all them drama then they don't care what them big officials are. They get per diem and they pay for the hotel and all that. Then your money no more than do able for fix the Astro Top where T-Boy talk about. At least now one of the pitches the way that they use for play the Premiership or Premier League now. So anyway, we'll go continue. Let's see how they perform.
So I totally agree with you, Juma. There, I'm in total agreement. We the waste money. Now the side they will not for we spend money side they will not for spend them. It's totally right. That was not my argument. I was just pointing out when waiting T-Boy say these guys. No, now you say we top goal scorer was not even taken, and I've been trying to show the reason why I think he wasn't taken
right.
Because he had an opportunity. Yes, he's been the best goal scorer for the last almost seasons. And he went to the thing and he scored a goal. Yes, but I think it's about time that Miguel look at the bigger picture of the team. And I think I might be speaking wrongly, but I think the coach is Sidom. He people like T-Boy. He people like the other T-Boy. He people like Ali Bita. He people like Mohamed Kalon and more. Where they talk, but where it begin analyze the facts of the game.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he realized he made mistakes. As T-Boy say, he changed 2 players. He had the opportunity to change 5. So he didn't rotate the team. He didn't bring fresh legs on. Many mistakes. But sometimes some of them fresh legs, then they will not bring come on something because he doesn't know them. or opportunity, or something there's pressure from above. No, not forget 1 minute time picking go play. You understand? There's other things that we cause some of them decision making in the, and I'm just saying, let's pick the right people for the right places, from the officials where they gone with country, to the teacher that where they teach, we picking them, to the nurses and doctors them. Let left this training sababu because asabi somebody or nepotism, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, let begin pick the right people that will qualify for the right position, be it a footballer, be it a janitor, somebody will sabi the work. Let pick that person if will go do that work day.
Totally agree with you on that. And that will lead me to the last point for today's program, in fitting well. So we all cry. We want more women. We want more young people. T-boy. So we talk about football capacity and everything. So we don't see appointments of chairperson for the female or women's Premier League or women's football national. Asma James. Household name, a journalist. What do you think she'll bring to the table? Anything? Nothing? Do you think it's the appointment is a what you call a right appointment, or is it based on sentiment, privilege, whatever? I want to hear your take.
Well, I would say primarily over the past couple of months to maybe a year, Asma James don't set up the pace for this appointment, so to speak. Let me tell you the reason why. All of a sudden, Asma James is about Eastern Alliance. All of a sudden, Asma James is about that poor team waiting in London. I call him back.
This one, Crystal Palace.
That's not full of feminine team, please.
London. Who's London?
Not to London, I mean the UK. Not to London, the English Premier League. That poor team.
Liverpool?
9 of them. Yeah, but what's make mention of that? Now, because, and again, we see Asma James doing the AFCON, makes so much noise about supporting Leon Star. But again, you look at the capacity, knowledge of sports, knowledge of football. I've never seen her in any form of football discussion over the years.
Or administration.
No. I said discussion. Forget administration first.
Okay.
So, like I said, within the past year or two, I begin seeing they promote a lot of Lions and Leon Star and Liverpool. Maybe she had a plan to come into football. But we know the likes of Aisha Johansson says she has been in football from birth. She knows football, she talks football, she eats football, she bred football, she's everything football. No question asked if she ends up to be, well, she was the chair or president of SLFA. No question asked, because she met all the criteria of practically taking that position. But I am not saying Asma doesn't. I am just asking questions. I saw during AFCON a lot of stuff that will happen, we're not supposed to happen within the camp of the national team. Will lead to defeat because of lack of preparation. The mindset of people around the players, them, was not the right mindset of professionals. Even the officials, then where they bring camp, where they fly to Cameroon, don't have a professional mindset of tournament ideas. What happens within a tournament structural team? They're not savvy, either because they are not familiar with it internationally, or they just don't know. Their mental state of preparation was poor. Everything that they were doing was poor, was not in a professional level for a tournament of that kind of caliber. Now, let's bring Asma into this kind of position right now. Say she is going to be the Women's Premier League Board chairperson. Is our interest going to be focused? Because, like I say, we haven't seen her supporting the Sierra Leone female national team. We not see they support them more, except otherwise. But I have never seen any form of support where you don't get to this alone female football team. Now you're bringing somebody in to a position that is going to be primarily vital for push female football, possibly from one stage to the next. What sort of footballing experience has she got? In no need for play the game, but what in an association to the game, female football specifically. I have met few female ex-players doing AFCON, and I know the passion that they have for female football. And I know how much passionately they had a one-to-one about female football in Sierra Leone. So for make all of a sudden, we know about household name female footballers, we don't need us, we don't play. We know about female footballers, then we don't support female football over the years consistently. We know for say get interest in our stakeholders then. We know you say anybody where sometimes own a female football club in a salon, they don't get the opportunity. None of the above. But I will say the association of Asma to this Leon Star and the Lions and the Puel Liverpool for end and day. And they make me ask one more. Sometimes may end up be the influence for making them get in this position because she is highly connected to the Sierra Leone Football Association. Well, the Leon Stars, I cannot say the Football Association, the Leon Stars, highly connected to Lions. I don't know whether she is an executive member, but so far over the years, I don't see no connection with Asma James and the Sierra Leone Football Association, the Sierra Leone Female Football Association. So it is a shocking appointment to me. It is an appointment where I will not question, I will only question the legalities behind it. But if she is capable to deliver, and she has a tendency to deliver, and she can change female football, we will give her our 110% support. But if the interest of our appointment is solely and solely for propaganda's sake, meaning protocol pictures that already begin see. Now, most of the delegations they allow is now going to be official. But over the years, they were not official. But now everything is going to be done officially.
It's justified now.
Thank you. So these are the concerns I have. And they might not be of any importance to anybody right now. But over the next couple of months, we will see what's changed, what immediate effect in appointment will make. Because when you're the board of any institution, it means you are primarily running the affairs of that institution behind the scene. So you should be able to influence or execute certain decisions made by that board because you're the chairperson for the board. It means you should be able to facilitate things that are not in favor of that association. It means you are also a woman and you should have influence and opportunities that you should create for the institution that is primarily membership. Their primary membership are women in terms of what they do. That is what I will say so far on that particular appointment.
Well, brilliant point. I'll let you balance. So I'll go to Femi. I want Femi your take on the appointment as well. Because again, it just brings to light a lot of things the way we don't highlight when it comes to the slapper itself and putting square peg in round holes, but we want the right people at the right place. So Femi, over to you.
Yeah, Juma, I want to check something. You know that football club with T-Boy been talk about just now?
This one Liverpool?
No, we're not going to Dandy. So they can't deal with T-Boy for Dandy.
Like John?
That one we get them boku skin if you feel the whistle no get.
For Barnet?
They hosted an I think in our women's football, I think it's an England match a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
The point I try for make is you see, you know, when they look down at that club, they say not to even the inside the division. They hosted an international match for England's women's football clubs. Now they talk about women football. You know, my heart bleeds when I remember with stadium. I remember as a kid, my papa had been Blackpool fan, my mama then a Lions. But you know, see boy pick always following papa. So I was, you know, a Blackpool fan. We dey go na Blackpool football training ground. We Blackpool they go play na stadium. You know, we get the privilege for go there with the team.
We have one Blackpool fan here.
Say then I begin go with the Edwards team because I may get connection with the caddies. So me auntie married to the name caddy. So I begin go with them. I begin see, you know, going to stadium, you know, used to give me goosebumps. You know, as a youngster, I was like, this is our national stadium. But now I look back and I think, say, you know, what the hell? Italic Marketplace. Italic Marketplace. It doesn't feel as it's a home of sports. You know, when I went into secondary school, Juma, we would get intersect. You know, going to stadium meant something. Now all them feeling that they don't go. I sure say right now you ask we picking them at home. Sometimes they only tell we they go stadium now for go artist launch. Or for go within Tanges Festival. That's your name?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tanges.
You know, this is our national stadium. This is our own Wembley Stadium. Which now in America? Which now in America name? I know. Yeah, so you get the Chicago Bulls. Chicago Bulls. The baseball. You get Dallas Cowboys.
LA Galaxy.
You know, you have the big stadiums in America. You know, we get we own big stadium, but we can't call it a stadium. Again, we get Bokutine Wigong. Asma James, you know, personally, I don't know much about her. I hear her name. I've seen social media posts them. Like Tiboy say, I didn't know anything about her and football. In football activities are quite new. And yes, I'm a Liverpool fan. But you know, let's not hold against and say they support a good team. After all, we preso, team we preso they support.
We don't know.
No, you sabi Ojuma left for make it.
No, the reason being because so many years ago, the T-shirts were sharing with us Carlsberg, and other them they advertise for Carlsberg.
But I didn't advertise. I'm beaucoup different team than Carlsberg advertise.
Carlsberg, now Liverpool shirt, the yellow shirt. Where I know see you.
I've never seen the man in a Liverpool vest. No possible.
I'll send it to you. Okay.
Okay.
He was wearing shorts. That's when
team demand the support. No can begin bring propaganda. Can I assume?
Na Manchester in the support.
So yeah, so if we key hold Asama James,
Manchester United.
Hey, no go City no go encourage her.
Yeah.
You know, if we can hold Asama James responsible, say they support a good team, then we for hold certain people like responsible, say then they support a team where they go down the drain.
Nobody
we just hope say no, we just hope say like the team where they support where they go down the drain, it go keep and day and not bring down the can that we country and we country go down the drain. You know, team we know they win nothing, we know they go before, we then just day and they actually don't begin go behind. Sometimes he want bring that into in politics. Then in WEF, inside the support team, we not ever win nothing. No, go into that.
No. The WEF na catch you can't catch. Not to Arsenal fan, no to Arsenal fan.
Listen to this from YouTube. Yeah, what I say is, it's very ironical for governments to provide funds for the start of a female league, and the Sierra Leone Premier League is constrained to finish the second rounds of the league because of lack of funds.
Exactly. That was going to be my point next, because as the appointments come with 1.5 billion leons for a female team. But now the Premier League don't stop all competition because they not get money for the sponsorship we they're supposed to get. So the irony, exactly. Thank you so much. The post we post that, and T-Boy, wait me one say, and I want people more like thank you so much. And wait till I let people understand we are not discussing Asma James as a person here. Okay, we are discussing her in her capacity of the appointment we don't get. We want to know what's the reasoning behind the appointment. Is it justified? Is she qualified? Does she have what it takes for waiting Sierra Leone female football need right now? These are the questions we should be asking. Are these the times that we appoint people that will be learning on the job? No, you're wasting money. We need people when a quick turnaround where we can inject something inside where they know for will begin to say, okay, we will lay that basis where T-Boy talk about. We go build and structures and we will at least set something for let female football take off again. But that we don't see that with Asma James. So it's for her to prove us wrong right now. And the one that we appoint her.
Well, sometimes maybe you will bring energy into the game.
Until then, energy is not enough. You guys said it here. Football is business.
Of course, it's business. Well, it doesn't got 1 point something billion into female football. We're not
no. You're taking the government coffers from the taxpayers' money to inject for what purpose? $7.5 million they spent on AFCON just for group stage. Up until today, we don't know. Pumping money into it without result does not equate to anything. Yes, Femi.
Juma T-Boy, a few years ago, Sierra Leone had a very, very good disabled football team.
Yes.
I think so. We've been even go final them, and I think so. We even win a competition in around 2000 and maybe 10, 11, 12 around then 10 and
Yeah,
we had a brilliant world class disabled team. They mean they practice na beach all the time.
Yeah. They become posters for that.
Juma, in December of 2021, there was an international tournament with Salone disabled football team go play. They were stranded. They could not come home. Salone FA, Salone government, whoever they in charge, did not even send a plane for them. Somebody from the private sector being ever sorry for them and pay for them for comeback. We don't have respect for anything we do. This appointment is political, it's greed. They know sometimes FIFA be not put money per woman football and then they find way for Chapham. Simple as Sandy. I know they mix me word.
Are you promoting Asma James to fulfill a quota? For say we get female football, we want for develop female football, or you the promoter for develop the sports? These are the questions we're asking. So it's for her and the decision makers to prove us wrong. And just before the feminists them will come begin talk, we are not talking about her as a person. We are talking about the appointment that she got. The same way they scrutinize the SLAFA team, the SLAFA delegation and other people, and the president of Sierra Leone, now the same yardstick will they take for measure. And again, we should learn. If they put you on side, say you're not able. Not allow let them dress you in borrowed robes. So that is a
not also then see Juma. If you're not able,
pull you on. So sentiment does not qualify you. Your passion does not qualify you to occupy certain positions. Your connections does not qualify you. Do you have what it takes to deliver? We see what's in there happen, the chaos. T-Boy just mentioned the media and communication person looked at a paper and signed 2 number 4 and 2 number 18 on a team sheet that will be shared, that had been shared with SLAFA. And with FIFA. With
FIFA, CAF, and WAFU.
And the world.
And the rest of the world, we don't go viral. We see 2 number 4 and 2 number 18. The same media person that was responsible, up until today, we do not have any official videos, pictures, and everything about Leone Stars' participation in the African Nations Cup.
And the same media person will put that boy in name Francis to country. We will still not get okay, so Cisse, we will still not get the justification and right actual documents still takes the way for.
Right. So then take the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Peking and add another team sheet. But because they wanted to mask it, then change the name from Francis in last name from Francis and put on to Cisse. You see,
can you imagine that?
It's sad for Sierra Leone. We don't like to criticize, but this is the reality. And we get to talk about the issue. Yeah. We have to talk about it, whether you like it or not. So we don't go, we don't come. How they go inside the Republic. I think we go revisit some of this, especially the one about lights, especially about the president in travel, because after being outside they go. Now W?
Yes.
So outside W's country now.
They go Warsaw. Outside John Christopher they play.
Warsaw? So
yes.
So you get for go Warsaw next, okay? Now Poland, right? Is it Poland?
No. Is it Norway? No.
No. W. You get for go W for. So
yeah, Warsaw. Now the capital city of one of the Scandinavian.
Okay, all right. So wherever that is, they go W. Then after that, go X. Then
who's
go
X?
Well, we'll find them. Let me don't tell you, try now get a list of all the countries that we don't go in alphabetical order first. We have to put them down, because we have to create a world map. Our president's footprint. Sierra Leone's. Hey, Femi, come here. Sierra Leone's. Yes, footprint. We have to put on global footprint. We have to map them out. T-boy, try and do that as soon as possible, okay? We have to get that down. So by the time they finish Z, so obviously let's say you have to go Zimbabwe or Zambia, one of those countries, to complete. If he had not gone already, we have to check. I think he had been.
You not go Zambia, no.
You not go Zambia?
No.
Are you sure?
No, you not go Zambia or Zimbabwe. No.
Okay, but we don't say we don't go Uganda, you don't call United States, Uganda. So we president. This guy interesting.
Juma. No, can start.
No, we round up. No, what's make I laugh? Because
no, you can't start. Because I don't. You don't go. You don't take new position.
No. You listen to this, yeah. So, this joke where people they make that who that plant rest na tomabo.
We go harvest outside.
Yes, now. But remember, he went to Uganda. We go outside, go vegetable farm. Take today, we not see nothing. That at 3 years before COVID, now it goes. But I was correct. So Warsaw is the capital of Poland.
All right, thank you very much, G.
Thank you, G Boy, for that. So this is the situation, but we'll revisit all of this. So they carry round up now. T-Boy, rounding up statement, your last word for today. Australia, Kuku, it can't to Nadi. Australia, wait.
You need to go Australia has for go. You go get blood clots. See.
If you don't go Vietnam,
Vietnam not far go.
Vietnam, when you read the name first in Vietnam, it sounds like
what's he go to Vietnam by in the first place? Don't you go to Vietnam?
They ask you, what you go to Vietnam? They say they go harvest the rest when they plant. That rest when they go.
Vietnam. I wanted to begin supply with Vietnamese rice now.
Yes.
I want for bring the Vietnamese form of irrigation to Sierra Leone.
Yes. Less than 6 months to election.
It was nice.
Yes.
All right. I think I want to say thank you to all the viewers that we don't stay with me since we start on YouTube and Facebook, but also the one we need to see But today's discussion has been very interesting, challenging. We get Femi today, we don't fire up the whole discussion. You don't challenge. All the time they say, you just say number T1. But cool, no hala. Today 9 day. But I'm well team day. Anybody will follow that team in a problem, a possible get problem because you know the team back again gets you bad luck way there, you know. But anyway, on a very serious note, some of the discussion that they bring come up when they talk about issues that we related to Sierra Leone are very serious issues. Sometimes we bring some elements of humor into it because when you put yourself into certain situations and you can't deal with the situation, you might get stressed. So now for many people and stress out about the whole issues where they happen at salon, may them just think about review them, evaluate them, and make their own decisions. Their own prime decisions of what they believe, whether would they talk, who to they talk, who to not they talk, whether it makes sense or not to them, whether they're able to learn a lot from them, and we said they learn a lot from una comment them. So we want to say thank you, or me want to say thank you to una once more for joining us, and also don't forget to share it among your friends, your family members, and people that don't believe that we are talking about things like this on our platform. It is open, it is not private, it is controversial sometimes. You can even question us, and we take corrections from the audience, and you can correct me if it is you don't say something wrong. Would they accept them? Because it is a platform to learn. We are not geniuses that knows everything that happens in the world. They use this platform for educate ourselves. And like we learn about what's in them, we don't know about where they happen in our country. Because if we sit there, we say we are not ready. Like we family say, if you never still able to pull on, we don't get a choice. So for as long as we intend for go back to Sierra Leone, you know for pull on. As you don't put your son down for be you own that's grave or you say it and die, you don't go buy a grave, don't put on for you. But no wait, fast we die then we goes alone. Look we go live and try for develop as much as we can. We not say it's challenging, it's difficult, it's frustrating, but now only we no more get for make that changes there. And if we able for go make that changes there, we get for doing collectively, regardless of your position, regardless of your political status, regardless of the tribe you belong to, regardless of your religion, and regardless of your gender. We should all put hands on deck and change the narrative of Sierra Leone, because we can't wait back like we can begin and can't change them, because now so don't use for say, hey, now we on them, then now don't cancel. We not been great can picking and they make references then too. So look we now back to them and make them references, and therefore we on great can picking them, then come make the same thing back again. Where we on four fathers they don't make as the example what they live with right now. So let's come together, look we join hand and make that change they work for all. Whilst we are still alive, not historically. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, T-Boy. Over to you, Femi.
Yes, so I want second me money what way they thank all we they listen to we. We've been away for a while. We're back. This is now our second show that we're back. We'll get a few interesting programs that we'll try for put together for una. So una bear with we. Life has reopened, lockdown done. We all have gone back to our busy lives. But we did try. If you like what they do, una share we program them, una make people them watch them. If una able help in any way, sponsor in any way, please do. Because it's not an easy thing for commits to doing this every week in, week out. If you want to share a story, please send us information. Continue to send us information because we did get them already. And if you don't send we message and we don't read them out, or we don't talk about that topic, nothing say we ignore you. It might be on the pipeline. We might be, beefing it up, trying to get the right panelists for camp. So, una bear with we want to thank all of you guys. We want to thank contributors. Today we talk about a bunch of stuff. If we upset tonight, me personally, Musa Tombo, I love you greatly. It's nothing personal. I think so with you do, it's incredible. I am just saying how I see it. So if you can improve in certain areas, then because we all did learn. For your career go forward, please do. Because if you improve, I believe say it will benefit Leon Stars, and it will benefit you and your family. And that goes to everybody. It goes to we president. We're very critical of him. But at the end of the day, if he succeeds, Sierra Leone succeeds. That means to say we all succeed. So he's the leader. But if he fails, we all fail. Sierra Leone fails. And as T-Boy say, we don't turn great grand picking them. We will not be great grand picking them. We not can turn the papa them. We will great grand picking them. Go get for the try for pick up the pieces them of Sierra Leone. Let's do whatever we can do to fix the country. You are there right now in the position, and we're not just to talk about our president, but all the other people already around them. You guys have, you have the mandate to drive our country to another level from Usai Una Mitam with the big una. Don't do it just for yourselves. Do it for the 7+ million people already salon. As I said before, not a boku number. That is the blessing we una get. But my last word today for today's show is going to be a challenge to the government. Like we una do announce election dates. Una not forget we within the diaspora, so we contribute to the Sierra Leone development in many ways. I the challenge una for giving the opportunity for we take part in the election. Una open up to the international world, we're able for votes from here. Not necessarily so we get for go register, then go back, go vote. Una give you the opportunity. This is the technology age. Una give you the opportunity for we vote. I the challenge una if una no say una they do well for salon. Una not for afraid for open una arms them and welcome every meaningful Sierra Leonean for able for pick the right government going forward. And let we see if we go vote for una. If una believe so una don't achieve una manifesto, una don't do always una promise una the left salon in a better way, una open up let we can give una we own opinion on which una don't do for the last almost year. That's my last word for today.
All right. Thank you so much, Tibo and Femi. It's been a fired up program. I like the life, the energy, and we all get we own different way we look at things. And I see roles were switched today. And again, you see, when I can start something, I cannot begin predict, but sometimes people not can understand. I tell them, I say, T-Boy today dressed like a permanent secretary. So the role he played, the diplomatic role, them permanent secretary, them package them one side. You understand? Then they talk to you, with that kind way. So now so he talked today. So he dressed for the occasion. How he dressed, that's how he performed today. But all good. So it's been a brilliant program. What a way to continue the lost road or loss for at least start consistency again, back to back every week. And so we viewers, we appreciate Tuna. We want to say thank you. We see the love. We see the questions coming in. But also, why the long silence? Why, if una don't tire, una don't pull on. I like that as well. We're not being pull on at all. But we're here. We're going to continue. And thank you for the chats. We see all the comments and questions coming through. So that's all good. And me, with my colleagues, me not apologize to government in particular and the president. I was hoping that the president would prove me wrong. Truly, I was really hoping that he was going to prove me wrong when he took over April 4th, 2018. Because we sat there in parliament during his first parliamentary address. We listened to it, everything. He made bold statements. Unfortunately now, nothing. So next week, if my colleagues agree, Education is going to be one of our prime, focus. And another thing I want us to discuss is the government. If you know what, there's a trend now. Now, every second, you see government ministers and head of agencies, they go around and say, then they stock take. Oh, we are on a stock taking exercise. That is bull crap. And we're going to discuss that because you cannot be stock taking 6 months to elections. You stock take when you did your transitional exercise. That's when you did a stock taking exercise and you don't get a time for you stock take when you've been there in opposition. And that stock take now you use for develop a manifesto. And then your first government address was to lay the plan how to move the country forward. 5 years, now they go stock take. Now, lie. It's not going to happen. So we're going to be exposing this conversation. The reason is, Femi mentioned it. April 27, they make Sierra Leone since independence, 61 years, right? Freetown is 230-year-old this year. Guma Dam, where we still depend on for major source of drinking water, was actually designed or planned for 300,000 people in Freetown. The population of Freetown right now is going to close to 3 million. So if now, then I've been seeing recently the Minister of Works and other people, they said that they will stock take Naguma Dam for sure why they get water. Or they blame say deforestation, but now we don't get electricity. So what are you stock taking on? So these are the things we'll be discussing. And the only thing I will tell my colleagues and una all, since I know they apologize, now that true art for talk, but I no more they bring peace. So with that, I want to say God bless you all, stay safe, and God willing, we'll see you next week. Good night.
Politics, I want to come talk to you about. My government, they don't do A, B, C, they go take the pass Z. Because the manifesto will be put out, when are the written document of the things that will be say they do, when I will put out, we don't done that one day. The things that we they, in fact, we don't do more things than the day inside the manifesto. And that, now during COVID, politics, I want to come talk to you about. My government, they don't do A, B, C, they go take the pass Z. Because the manifesto will be put out, when are the written document of the things that will be say they do, when I will put out, we don't done that one day. The things that we they, in fact, we don't do more things than the day inside the manifesto. And that, now during COVID, politics, I want to come talk to you about. My government, they don't do A, B, C, they go take the pass Z. Because the manifesto will be put out, when are the written document of the things that will be say they do, when I will put out, we don't done that one day. The things that we they, in fact, we don't do more things than the day inside the manifesto. And that, now during COVID, politics, I want to come talk to you about. My government, they don't do A, B, C, they go take the pass Z. Because the manifesto will be put out, when are the written document of the things that will be say they do, when I will put out, we don't done that one day. The things that we they, in fact, we don't do more things than the day inside the manifesto. And that, now during COVID,
Yes, this not time for all Salon people and then party them. Sierra Leone Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like salon discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour and the Gladi program, look me, I look you. All this they start soon na www.sarahjemmedia.org. Now who's tem these?
Hill Valley Academy is a school that provides the very best opportunities for our students to develop, grow, and mature into young adults who are encouraged to become patriots as well as global citizens. We have high expectations and ambitions for all our students. We provide a caring, supportive, tolerant, and challenging environment in which all individuals can grow and flourish. A graduate of Hill Valley Academy is a well-rounded human being capable of making the most of what life has to offer. We actively encourage academic excellence with a sense of responsibility. We look forward to welcoming you to our school and to meeting you in the not too distant future, because together we achieve the extraordinary.
Where person buy them products there, yeah, waiting and go for do. Where the sun come out, then they go put this product directly under the sun. The sun now they charge the panel. The energy from the sun they store on this panel, where you can now host even term for can turn you light on.
My name is Mariam Akamara. I'm the founder and director of Smiling Through Light.
What that is? All right. Una call waiting. Kabatenke, not so. All man they look now. Hey, Batenke, who's are you there? Then kind of meet the paramount chief. And the paramount chief say, well, if una want Batenke, una get for put small cooler for Batenke. Yes. Aha. So then, we all want clean energy, correct? We all want solar light. And more importantly, we want solar light for we picking them for study. We want solar light, some of we want solar light just for run ordinary freezer. Out there, where they free tongue, and know what italic, where I not get light for just put food inside my freezer. Because it means every day, first I go buy fresh food. If I don't cut the fish, before they put a light not there, the fish don't boil. Not so? If when you smoke the fish, fly down, sit up and not to move the common, not so? But when Batenke down there, you get a light day. When net come, you put your freezer on with that solar day. Definitely, it go work. When you picking one for study, it like you know to put the big lights on, you picking, it go sit down, it go study fine. Because we're picking the study on the light, we're not good in yai. Not so? Right. And we all want to picking a healthy, smiling through light, solar energy. Batenke is about that. It's about health. It's also about wealth. As many other things as Mariam Agefoka explained to her. So, me, not stranger, but today, me I dey talk and say, I dey go inside una belly, make una born me inside Lochar, make una take me as una young picking. Case closed, now me done so.
this is such an exciting time for us, and we've just launched a program called Shining a Light on Kamakure and Lonsau. So we basically got a grant from, which is a comic relief and DFID grant under the Common Ground initiative, and this particular grant is managed by Afford UK. So Shining a Light on Kamakure and Lonsau, it's all around job creation, income opportunities, getting the product in. So a couple of the activities that we're doing within this project is that we're recruiting 9 staff in Sierra Leone. So we're recruiting 3 staff in Freetown, 3 in Kamakure, 3 in Lonsau. We're opening 3 offices in Freetown, Kamakure and Lonsau. We're doing 2 community awareness events, which we held last week, Thursday and Friday. So we had this whole big road trip, and we're doing the community activities and we're using storytelling. So working with Mr. Yusuf Jallo, the Cow Footprint. So the project is in partnership with the Mambena Cultural and Community Project. And we're using storytelling because even as a company, I don't want people to just get the products. I really want people to understand that I'm using the product and these are the benefits of it. So we're doing a lot of educational work within communities, training them on how the products work, why they should be using the product. You know, we always tell them that light is good for your health, it's good for your education, it's good for your business because of loads of different reasons. So it's a really exciting project.
As a professional storyteller, I am here to kind of like engineer a story within the whole project itself. If you've ever been up country in Sierra Leone here, firefly is very, very common here at night. But not many people have actually noted how the firefly actually gives its light. In the daytime, it's stationary. In fact, it's hidden in the daytime, absorbing the heat from the sun. And then at night, the firefly energizes itself and literally just gives itself fire, light, in order to light its way around. That gives the firefly independence, that gives the firefly the ability to operate when many other living organisms probably aren't operating at all. And just those 2 basic principles are important for our women, whereby through working with Smiling Through Light, selling the solar lights, they're able to generate income for themselves. Through that income, they're able to feed their families, and they're able to kind of get some kind of economic independence. Up country, when you go to school and you have to study at night, you have to use what we call bengbe lamp. Now, if you've been in Sierra Leone, you ever use what we call bengbe lamp, which is like just like an empty milk tin with a twig in it, and then we put kerosene in that, and you study with that kind of firelight. Literally, you get black nostrils, to put it very mildly. But also, it makes the young people ill. Bringing in solar light, like Smiling Through Light is bringing in, will help a lot of young people to study efficiently at night, but also to study and get a better health, while they're studying at night. So for me, using storytelling and using the firefly as a metaphor to illustrate the use of solar energy, I think it's just very, very effective. It is within the cultural context of the people, and they just never will forget what Smiling Through Light is all about.
The problem we're trying to solve is really to make sure people are using clean, sustainable and reliable products. And why is this? Because only 13% of our population have access to electricity. So that means only 13% of the population have access to the grid. And once you don't, people now rely on different lighting options. So for example, people would use kerosene to light up their homes, they would use candles, they would use pan lamp, and these are all really dangerous. The good thing with solar products is that we're in a country where we have unlimited amount of sun. You're getting free light basically. So we want people to really have access to clean energy.
My name is Madam Salema Tukamara. Me na chair lady for the Market Women Marampa Chiefdom, and the trade what they do na lapa business at the day with. The fuel system they can short in the lights because you know they get light free as how the light been they run today. And automatically, if they count solar system na Lonsar, I'm not going to tell you a lie. We they very happy because at times we can get breakdown from the machine where they light for we. And when the machine break down, automatically you pick in there, then small lights they will make it and bug, they're not going to see fine. But if we get solar, the cable assist, we pick in there for let them read in a net for study. It's not easy for live now, sir. If the job, although job don't begin come, but I'm not going to tell you say 15% of people they would in sir, they don't get. No, it's not possible yet. Mama, this program where they try for bring come, we're really happy about that because now woman will get respect for person. You can't hire now with this project for can help Marampa chiefdom. I say automatically we're ready for work with you. You get plan for in hometown. It will not go ever let her down. Shine the light, smiling through lights.
I am Yusuf Ujalo, the Cowfoot Prince. And the firefly, they came like this. Na pancake, yantenga molua. Gudana yantenga molua baba horimbing. Shining a light, smiling through